Hey everyone and welcome to SimpliCode's YouTube channel. And I hope you guys already know that we are covering every topic of JavaScript this week. In our last video, we learned about DOM manipulation and individual topics like events, animation, and element drag and drop in JavaScript. If you haven't checked out the previous parts yet, we highly recommend you to go through them before moving ahead. Today, we'll dive into more advanced operations in JavaScript, mainly the different types of functions like callback, arrow, and timing methods. We also cover promises in JavaScript along with error handling and regular expressions. Moving on, we'll learn about validation, debugging, maps, and sets along with their implementation. We end today's video by taking a look at destructuring in JavaScript and interview questions that can help you land your first job in this domain. But do you not want to be updated when part 5 drops in this JavaScript series? Do not forget to subscribe and hit the bell icon and you'll be notified as soon as we come up with the next part. For now, let's begin today's session.
The typical definition of function states that to work in a proper or in a particular way. Similarly, functions in JavaScript are a block of code that is used to perform a specific task. In this particular video, we will go through the syntax and usage of functions. So a function has a particular name and we can reuse that block of code again and again in an entire program. For example, let's suppose that we have to add two numbers in a program. That's a basic program, right? Sum of two numbers. So let's write the code first. So we are going to take a variable x and the value of x will be 10. Then again we are going to take a variable y and the value of y will be 5. Lastly, we are going to take a variable total and the value of total will be x plus y. So the last thing we are going to do is we are going to print this on a browser. So here we are done with our program. We are done with adding two numbers. So let's save it and check the output. See, the output here says 15. So what is happening is the value of x plus y, which is 10 plus 5, is stored in the variable total and we are displaying total on a browser. So that's a very basic program, right? Now consider a scenario where we have to do this addition for n number of times at different intervals. So we have to perform the same task of addition at different intervals. So in that case, what we can do is we can copy paste this same code repeatedly, but the length of the program will increase because of that, right? And it doesn't make any sense to copy paste the same code again and again. So this is where functions come into play. With the help of functions, we can create a separate function to do this particular task and we can call that function again and again. I'll take you through it. So basically a function has three parts. We'll go through each of them. A function has function declaration, then it has function definition, and then finally it has function calling. So we'll perform this same program of adding two numbers. We'll add two numbers, but this time we'll use the concept of functions. So we'll use this whole code. We are going to use it inside the function. So let's move on and see how the function looks like, how the syntax of function looks like. So we use the keyword function and then we have the function name. So let's suppose here we are naming the function as sum. Then we have the opening and closing round brackets, which denotes that this is a function. This is the way to write a function. Next up, we have a pair of curly braces for the body of the function. So this is the basic syntax of how a function looks like. The naming convention for functions is the same as we had for variables in JavaScript. If you guys remember, we have already discussed this naming convention of variables. So this is the basic structure of a function. So now we'll cut this whole code and we'll paste it here inside the function, right? So we are done with it. We are done with our functions. First part, first we declared a function with name sum, then we are done with the definition of function. Now what if we try to run this program? Let's save this program and see it is not printing anything on screen. But if you try to check out for any errors, it won't show any errors. See, there is no error in this program. This is happening because we haven't called the function yet, right? So to call the function, we have to write a single word. Just write sum with opening and closing round brackets and save it now. Now you can see the output here is 15. So this is known as function calling. The program already knows that there is a function by the name sum. It will go and check for the same if the function is there or not. If the program finds it, it will execute the function. Next up, a function can also have parameters. What do I mean by parameters is, we don't have to declare these variables, variable x and variable y here. Instead of declaring them here, we can pass these values to the function. Let's say we are passing x and y here, or we can pass a and b, any variable you want to pass, you can pass it here. Now we can remove these variable x and variable y. We have to write here where, because we still need the variable total. And next up, we have to pass the value for these variables when we call the function. So we have to pass the values here. Let's say we are passing the values as 4 and 3. So let's try to run this program now and see if it works. Let's save it and see. You can see here the output as 7. We can also pass strings over here. So instead of 4, if we try to pass any string, let's say we are passing welcome to, and instead of 3, we'll pass SimpliCode. Right? Now let's save this program and see the output. It says welcome to SimpliCode. We don't have to worry about the data type we'll use here because JavaScript is a loosely typed language, right? So the function will automatically adapt to the data type according to the value we will pass during the function call. Here in this code, variable x holds the value welcome to, and the variable y is having SimpliCode allocated to them dynamically. So this is what is known as parameter passing in functions. Let's move on and discuss the return types in functions. So a function can also return a value. Right now, we can see that a function is doing the printing task. What if we remove this document.write from here and we'll paste it somewhere else on the program outside the function? So we'll paste it here, right? Now the function will perform addition only. It won't print anything. It will just perform the addition. Let's save this and see there's nothing. So if we try to check for error, it says total is not defined because total is defined inside the function. This is because of the concept of local and global variable. We'll discuss this concept in upcoming video. So here you can see it says total is not defined, right? So now what we have to do is we have to write here return total. So now the function will return the value of total outside. What this return statement does is, whenever we call the function, as you can see here, we are calling the function from outside and we are passing the parameters as welcome to and SimpliCode, right? So these parameters will go as x and y, and we are getting the concatenation of welcome to SimpliCode, right? So when this return statement comes into function, the value of this total variable will be given out of the function. So there has to be a particular variable to hold the value returned by the function. We'll use a variable here. Let's say we are using the variable output. And in the RHS, we are calling the function. So we have an equals to between the LHS and RHS. That's because when we are calling the function, it will return a value. And the assignment is done from right to left in the case of an assignment operator. If you guys remember, we came across this, that whenever we are using an assignment operator, the assignment will be done from right towards the left. So whatever value the function will return upon calling will be assigned to the variable output. In this program, we are passing welcome to and SimpliCode, right? So let's change these two values now. We'll change them to a numerical value. Let's say we are using here 35, and instead of SimpliCode, we'll use here 15. And we are going to print here output on the browser. because the variable output is holding the value returned by the function, right? So let's save it now and see the output is 50. Okay guys, so this was the syntax demonstration of functions in JavaScript with a quick small program. Of course, function is a very detailed topic and we will go through it as we move ahead in this series. Functions in JavaScript are a block of code that is used to perform a specific task. We use functions for different purposes, right? Whether it be a button click or we want to zoom out our image by taking the mouse cursor over it, we use functions for all these tasks. In JavaScript, we can use functions as objects. At the same time, we can pass objects to functions as parameters, right? So similarly, we can also pass a function inside another function. If I take you through the programming part of this concept, the syntax will be like, we'll go to a JavaScript file and the syntax will be like, we'll declare a function. Let's say the function is function ABC. Then here we'll pass a parameter. Let's say we are passing call as parameter for this function ABC. Next up, what we'll do is we'll call this function inside this function ABC. Now, what we did here is really simple. We created a function ABC, right? Next up, we passed a function call as a parameter to this function. And then we also called this function inside the function ABC. So this syntax is valid in JavaScript, and also this particular code here is known as the callback function in JavaScript. So if we talk about the definition of callback function, it states that a callback function is a function that is passed to another function as an argument, and that particular function will get executed later in the program. Now, you guys might have heard in the previous videos that JavaScript is a single-threaded language, or JavaScript works over a single statement at a time, or we can say JavaScript works in a particular top to bottom order. So if we talk about the sequence in which JavaScript actually works while coding, so let's take an example for this and we'll see the sequence in which JavaScript will work. So what we'll do is we'll comment this code and we'll start writing our new code here. So let's suppose we have 3 functions in a single program. So let's say we have a function as function 1 and then we have 2 more functions. So let's say the second function is function 2 and then we have function 3 as well. Now if we write something inside these functions, so we'll execute the program and what will happen is all the 3 functions will be executed sequentially. So let's try to do it first. So what we'll do is we'll right here inside the body of function 1. So let's say we are using console.log and inside this we'll print function 1 on calling this particular function. So we'll do the same for other 2 functions as well. So we'll copy it from here, we'll paste it here and here as well. So for function 2 it will print function 2. And for function 3 it will print function 3. So let's save it, and before checking the output, so what we'll do is we'll call these functions as well. So let's say we are calling function 1, then function 2 and then finally function 3. Right, everything we have done till now is quite understandable, and we have 3 functions here and all the 3 functions will get executed in the sequence in which we call them. So here in this case we have called function 1 first, followed by function 2 and function 3. So let's check the output, save it, and we'll open the console in the browser. So we'll right click here, go to inspect elements, and here you can see we have a console here. So here you can see we have the output as function 1, function 2 and function 3. So we have the output in sequence. We called function 1 first, so we have the output as function 1. But if we call function 3 before function 2, so we'll cut this from here and we'll paste function 2 after function 3, save it, and here you can see we have the output as function 1, then function 3 and then function 2. So JavaScript will execute these functions in the order in which we call them. Right, now what if we use the set timeout function with function 1? So let's try to do it first. So instead of calling function 1 alone here, we'll write here set timeout. Then we have to pass 2 parameters here. One is the function name, so 1 is the function name here, and we'll write here the time. So time here will be in milliseconds. So 2000 milliseconds here represents 2 seconds. This means that the function will be called after 2 seconds. Right. So this set timeout function will call function1 after a specific period of time, that is in this case 2 seconds. What will happen is JavaScript will start executing all the functions and the system will find out that there is a timer with function1. So in this case, the system will leave this particular function on execution and will move ahead and execute other functions. So function1 will be executed automatically after 2 seconds. So let's check the output. Save it, and you can see here we have function 3 and 2 over here, and function 1 will be executed after some time. So I hope you guys got this. Here we have used the set timeout method, and function 1 will be executed after 2 seconds. Now let's consider a scenario where we have only two functions. Let's say we have function 1 and function 2. So let's remove this function 3 and we are left with only two functions. So let's say we have function 1 and function 2 now. Now, what we want is we want to execute these two functions, but we have certain conditions. So the first condition is function 1 will use the set timeout method and it will be executed after 3 seconds. And the second condition is function 2 will get executed only after function 1 executes. So till now what we have seen is if we are using these two functions and if we are using this set timeout method with function 1, what is happening is JavaScript will keep this function on execution and it will execute this function till then. So what we want is we want to execute function 2 only after the execution of function 1. This is where the concept of callback functions comes into play. So we have to ask the computer to execute function 2 only after function 1 is done. So let me write this same code in another way. We'll use the set timeout method within function 1. So what we have to do is we have to change it here to 1. We'll call function 1 from here, and inside this function 1 what we'll do is we'll write here set timeout, then we'll pass the first argument as function, and then inside the body of this function we'll write this console log. Fine. And we have to pass two parameters here, right? So the next parameter will be the time. So time here will be 3000 seconds. So here we are, and we are done with our set timeout function. Now this is another way of using the set timeout method in JavaScript. So what we did here is we have passed the function here as an argument, and then we have the body of function 1 inside the set timeout function. What we want to do next is we want to execute function 2 once function 1 is completed. So before that, let's do one thing. Let's check if it is working fine or not. So we'll save it, and here you can see we have function 2 executed before function 1, right? So it's working totally fine. Now what we want to do is we want function 2 to execute only after function 1 is done, right? So let me tell you a shortcut for that, guys. It's not callback functions, but it's kind of same thing. It will do the same thing as the callback functions, but it is a different concept. So what we have to do is we have to cut this function 2 from here, and we have to call this function inside here, inside the set timeout method. So we'll paste it here, and we have to call function 2 inside the set timeout method. So save it, and now if we wait for 3 seconds, and here you can see we have both the functions, function 1 and 2, executed on time. So both the functions are executed after 3 seconds, and this is not callback functions, but this is a shortcut for that. What happened here is when function 1 is being executed, the system came to know that the function 2 is called inside the set timeout method. So what will happen is it will first execute the set timeout method, and then it will execute the function 2. So what we did just now is not callback functions, but the functioning of a callback function is also the same. This is the same thing we'll do with callback functions, but the syntax will be different. Now, by the definition of the callback function that we came across earlier, it states that a callback function is a function that is passed to another function as an argument. So keep your focus on this word argument, and that particular function will be executed later. That function which we passed as argument will be executed later. So here in this definition, later means once the system is done with the first function, or we can say the primary function, it is now free to perform function 2 or the secondary function or the callback function, we can say. So we have kept it on hold till now. So let's take an example of that as well. What we'll do is we'll create a function and we'll pass an argument inside this function. The value will be provided while calling the function. So let's do one thing first. Let's comment this code and we'll write a new code here. So we'll create a function. Let's say a function is function person and we'll pass an argument here. So let's say the argument is friend. Fine. Next up, we'll work on the body of this function. What we'll do is we'll again use console.log and we'll print something. So let's say we'll write here my friend's name is, and then we'll use the plus operator with the value of friend. So we'll write here friend, and with this we are done with our function person. Next up, what we'll do is we'll write here function person 2, and we don't have to pass any argument here. So inside the body of this function, we'll again use console.log and we'll write here my name is Kaushal. Fine. So next up, what we have to do is we have to call these functions, right? So we'll write here person, and inside this we have to pass the value. So let's say the value here is SimpliCode. That's fine. Next up, we'll call person2 and we'll save this program. So on saving this program, you can see we have the output as my friend's name is SimpliCode. So if you want me to zoom it, you can see here now. Here it says my friend's name is SimpliCode, and the second function says my name is Kaushal. Right. So this program is working totally fine. This is a basic program wherein we created two functions. And now what we want to do is we want the function person2 will get executed after function person. So for that we have to pass function2 as an argument in the function person. So we'll change the code. We'll pass this function person2 as an argument. So we'll write here person2. We don't have to use brackets here, so because we are passing it as an argument. Now we did it, we passed this function as an argument. The next step is to tell the function person about it, right? We have to pass another argument in the function. So we have to tell this first function that we also have another function which will get executed after this particular function. So we'll write here, we can use any name, we can use another name for that, or we can use the same name as of function person2. So we'll write here person2, and then what we have to do is we have to call this person2 function after this. Right. Now we are done with this code. Now we are done with a callback function. Here in this case, this function person2 is known as the callback function. So save it now. And okay, what we have to do is we have to remove this line from here. So save it now. Here you can see we have the output totally correct. We have the output as my friend's name is SimpliCode and my name is Kaushal. Now we are done with almost everything. We are done with the callback functions, but you might not see any change in the output, right? To witness the change, what we have to do is we have to use the setTimeout method again, because we want this function to execute only after function person. So what we have to do is we have to write here inside function person, we'll write here set timeout, and then we have to write here function, and then inside the body we'll do the same. We'll cut these two brackets from here and we'll paste them here, and inside here we have to write the time. So let's say the time is 3000. Fine. Now what we did is we use the setTimeout method with function person, and inside the body it will print my friend's name is, and the friend's name is SimpliCode, and it will be executed after 3 seconds, right? So let's save it and we'll count for 3. 1, 2 and 3. So here is the code. You can see here the output says my friend's name is SimpliCode and my name is Kaushal. So this is working totally fine. So this is how the concept of callback functions in JavaScript works. Now, we have been using functions in almost every video since we came across this topic, whether it be DOM manipulation or using an event in JavaScript. Functions are everywhere, right? So this concept of arrow functions is just a change in the syntax of declaring and defining a function. So let's go through the concept of functions in JavaScript quickly so that it will be easy to change the syntax later. What we'll do is we'll create a function with multiple parameters and then we'll create another function with no parameter at all. So we know these concepts already. So let's write the code here. So we'll go to a JavaScript file and we'll write code here. So we'll write a function. Let's say the function name is func1, and then this function have two parameters, a and b. Now this function will return something, so we'll write here return. Let's say this returns a plus b. Fine. Now the code we wrote here is to find the sum of two numbers, right? We'll pass the two numbers as arguments while calling the function. So let's check on the console once if the code is working fine or not. So we'll save it, move back to the browser, go to inspect, and then we'll go to our console and we'll write here function name, and then we'll pass certain parameters, right? So let's say the parameters we are passing are 15 and 25. So the output we are expecting is 40 and the output is correct. We have the output as 40. You can see here we have the output as 40 here. So this function is working totally fine. Next up, we'll create another function first and then we'll move to the arrow function syntax. So for the second function, we'll write here function. Let's say the function name is func2 and this function will have no parameters at all, right? So let's say this function prints something on the console, right? So we'll write a console.log and then let's say this function prints welcome to SimpliCode. We are done with it. So let's do one thing. We'll call this function here. We'll write here func2. Calling the function is pretty easy. We can do the same thing here as well. So let's save it and check the output. Here you can see we have the output as welcome to SimpliCode in our console. So this is how we were using functions till now. The simple syntax for functions, right? So let's move on to the concept of arrow functions. Now this function over here has two parameters, right? This function has parameters a and b. And what we'll do is we'll change the syntax of this function and the new syntax will be more simple once you get used to it. So let's write the newer syntax just below the previous one. We don't need the function keyword with arrow functions. So all we have to do is we have to take a variable. So let's do it first. So let's say we have a variable where arrow1. Fine. So this is our variable. This statement is simple. We have a variable named arrow1 and this will be the function name. So arrow1 will be the function name as well, right? When we use the function keyword in traditional syntax of functions, it automatically creates a variable with the function name. Here we have to declare the variable by ourselves. Next up, we have two parameters here, a and b. As you can see here, we have a and b. We'll write the parameters within parenthesis now. So what we have to do is we have to write parameters. So let's say the parameters are a and b for this function as well. So these are the parameters. We have to write them within parenthesis. Now we'll use an arrow that actually makes this variable a function. Now this is the main concept. To create an arrow, what we have to do is we have to write equals to and then we have to write this. So this is the arrow mark which makes this whole statement a function. And then we'll write the body of the function. So the body of function will remain same. So we'll copy the body from here and we'll paste it here. So this function here, this function arrow1 here is the same as function func1 and the output will be the same. This arrow function here has only one line here. So the advantage provided by arrow functions in this case is quite helpful. What we can do is we can make this function a one-liner. If we remove this return keyword and the curly braces here, So we can remove these curly braces as well. What we have to do is we have to make this function a one-liner, right? So there will be no difference now. So this is how the arrow function for this traditional function looks like. Now both the functions will return the sum of two numbers. The only difference is in syntax. Let's check the output for the arrow function as well. So what we'll do here is we'll save this program and we'll go to a console. So let's do one thing. We'll call func1 first, and the parameters, let's say, are 5 and 15, and then we'll call the arrow function with the same parameters. So we'll write here arrow 5, 15. Now we have the output as 20 in both the cases, right? So these two functions are working similarly. These two functions are same. The only difference is in the syntax. Next up, we have another simple function here, and what we want to do here is to convert this traditional function into an arrow function. Right, now we are talking about function func2. So let me comment this first function here. What we'll do is we'll comment this, and now we are good to go. So we have function func2 here. Now what we'll do is we'll create an arrow function for this function. So we'll write here, let's say we are writing here where arrow2, and then we have no parameters, so empty parenthesis, and then we have the arrow operator. So the body will remain the same. We'll copy the body from this function and we'll paste it here. Now we have used empty parenthesis here because we don't have any arguments here. Let's try to run this code. We'll call the function here only. So for this we have to write here arrow2 and we are good to go. So save it, and the output we are expecting is welcome to SimpliCode twice because we are calling func2 as well, right? So save it, and here you can see the output is welcome to SimpliCode. Let's change something here. So what we'll do is for arrow function we'll write here Simplilearn. Fine. So save it now, and here you can see we have the output as welcome to SimpliCode and welcome to Simplilearn. Let me zoom it for you if it's not visible. So here you can see the first output for func2, it says welcome to SimpliCode, and for arrow2 it says welcome to Simplilearn. That's working fine. Now before we wrap up this video, let me tell you another benefit of using arrow functions. So we already discussed that we don't need to use the return keyword if we are writing a one-liner function. Similarly, if we have a single parameter, we don't need any parentheses. We'll create another function here. So let's say we are writing here where arrow3, and let's say it has only a single parameter as new name. Fine. Then we'll use the arrow operator, and then inside the body of this we'll write here console.log, and then we'll write here hey there plus the name provided by us in the argument. So now we are good to go. This function here will give us the output as hey there, and then whatever name we'll pass while calling the function. So let's check it. Let's call this function as well. So let's say we are writing here arrow3, and the name, let's say, will be Kaushal. Save it, and here you can see it says hey there Kaushal for arrow function 3. So this is also working fine. And I hope you guys are now clear with the arrow functions in JavaScript. It's not essential to use arrow functions everywhere, but now that we are clear with promises and callback functions, it will be good to write minimum code, and the arrow function will help you with that.
If you guys remember, when we came across callback functions in JavaScript, we used a function there that we said will call the function after 2 seconds or 3 seconds. You might have guessed that. We are talking about the setTimeout method. So this setTimeout method is actually a predefined function in JavaScript that does some task after a particular interval of time. If we say we want a function to be called after 5 seconds when the user presses a button, so we'll use this setTimeout method, and the function will be called after 5 seconds of the user pressing the button. So it will be more clear to you guys when we go through the programming part. So let's move on to the programming part directly, and we'll create a simple button first.
and then on clicking that button, a pop-up will appear on the screen with a message after some time. So we'll create a button first. So for that, we'll write here in a HTML file. We'll use the button tag again. We'll write here button, and let's say the button name is click me. Fine, save it, and here we have the button on a browser. So we have created a button here. This was simple. Next up, we want this button to call a function on clicking. So what we'll do next is we'll use the onClick method within this button tag, and then we'll define the function in JavaScript file. So let's do it. We'll write here onClick, and we want this button to call a function. Let's say the function name is start. So what will happen is the function start will be called on clicking this button. So let's move on to a JavaScript file, and we'll declare some functions here. So we'll create a function here that will print some message on a pop-up, not the start function but a different one. So we'll write here where message, and then we'll use the syntax for arrow functions. So we'll write here alert, and inside this we'll write here welcome to SimpliCode. So this is our message. Save it. We have created an arrow function here just to remind you guys of the syntax for arrow functions. So this function will print this message with a pop-up. We can check it. We have to go to a console, and we'll write here message and call this function. So here we have a pop-up with message welcome to SimpliCode. So this function is working totally fine. The real work starts now. What we'll do next is we'll define the function start with the setTimeout method. For that, we'll write here function start, and then inside the body of this start function we'll call the setTimeout method, and we'll pass two arguments here. So the first one is the function name, and the other one is the time interval. So this is how we basically use the setTimeout method in JavaScript. This is the syntax. So let's check the output now, and then we'll see another syntax for the same program. So save it, and we'll go to the browser, click on this button, and the pop-up will appear after 2 seconds. So here's the pop-up with the message welcome to SimpliCode. So this is working fine. Now this syntax here is for the understanding purpose. The following syntax we'll go through will let you know another concept of anonymous functions in JavaScript. So for the newer syntax, we'll write here, we'll comment this piece of code, and we'll write here function, and the function name is start. Then inside the body of this function, we'll use the setTimeout method, and we'll write here function. This function is an anonymous function. Then we have the body of this function and the time. So here we have written 2000, and inside the body we'll write here alert, and let's say the message it will print is welcome back. Fine. If you see this function here, you can see that we have used the function keyword instead of passing another function. This concept here is known as anonymous functions in JavaScript. Basically, an anonymous function is a function without a name. We often use this function as arguments to other functions, and this syntax will call the start function after 2 seconds. So this function here will work as the previous one. These two functions are the same. It will also print the same message after 2 seconds. It will print welcome back after 2 seconds. Save it and click on the button. You can see here we have the pop-up on the screen after 2 seconds. So this function is working fine. The syntax are different, but the working is same. Now let's go through another method. The next method is used to stop the timer in between. So we'll use the first function we created here for this purpose. We'll comment this piece of code, and we'll use this syntax only. Now the next method we are going to discuss about is the clear timeout method. Let's say we want to call this function after 5 seconds, and suddenly in between we realize that we don't want to call this function. So what we want to do is we want to stop this function before it executes. So the clear timeout method comes into picture, and this clear timeout method works with a variable. So let's create another button for that first, and then we'll declare a variable as well. So let's say we want a button here, and this button will call a function on clicking. So let's say the function name will be stop, and the button name will also be stop. So save it, and here you can see we have two buttons. One is the click me and the other one is stop. Next up, we'll move back to our JavaScript file, and we discussed earlier that this clear timeout method works with a variable. So what we'll do next is we'll create a variable and we'll assign the initial value to that variable as 0. Let's say the variable name is id and the initial value is 0. Now why we assign the value as 0 to this id variable? Because we want to update the value of id variable with the value provided by this setTimeout method. So we'll assign the value of this setTimeout method to this id variable. So we'll write here id is equals to setTimeout, and the rest will remain the same. Now next up, we'll define another function to stop all this from happening. So for that, we'll write here function, and the function name is stop, and then inside the body of this function we'll use the method clear timeout, and this method takes a variable as an argument. So we'll pass id here, and we are done with it. So this function will stop the setTimeout method before execution. Let's check it out, save it, and what we'll do is we'll press the stop button in between the 2 seconds after the function start will be called. So let's change the timing here from 2 seconds to 5 seconds. So we'll write here 5000, save it now, and we'll first check if the function start is working fine or not. So press the click me button, and we have to wait for 5 seconds, and then the pop-up will appear on the screen with the message welcome to SimpliCode. So this function is working totally fine. Now the next task is to press the stop button in between those 5 seconds. Let's do it. Click on this click me button, and in between these 5 seconds click the stop button as well. So here you can see the message is not printing anymore on clicking the stop button. So this function is also working fine because we stopped the process in between before the function start executes. Right. Next up, we have another method in the timing functions, that is the setInterval method. As the name suggests, this method is used to call the function repeatedly after a specific interval of time. Like the setTimeout method, this setInterval method also takes two parameters. First is the name of the function, and the other one is the time interval. So we'll change this program only, and instead of this setTimeout here, we'll write setInterval. Fine. So we are good to go now. The only change we did here is to use the setInterval method instead of the setTimeout method. Now what will happen is, on clicking this click me button, the function message will be called repeatedly after 5 seconds. Let's check it out first. Save it and click here on this button. So we have to wait for 5 seconds, and then a pop-up will appear. So here you can see we have the pop-up here. Now after pressing OK, we'll wait for 5 seconds again, and we have the pop-up again. So what's happening here is we are getting the pop-up constantly after 5 seconds, right? So this is also working fine, and on clicking the stop button, this function will also stop. So we have clicked on this stop button and we are not getting the pop-up anymore. So that's how the timing functions in JavaScript works. The word promise seems a bit familiar. We make promises regularly, right? If I say I promise you that we'll cover everything on promises in this video. Now, this promise that I made can only have two possible outcomes. Either the promise will be fulfilled or resolved, or we can say the promise can be failed or rejected. The promise will be resolved if we'll cover everything on promises in this video. But if I left out some topic or there is any subtopic within promises which we forgot to cover in this video, that will be a failed promise, or we can say a rejected one. Now, there's another term in between these terms, that is pending. Pending is the time in which the system works on the promise. So just remember these terms as you may hear them during an interview. So let's move on. Talking about a proper definition of promises, we can say that a promise is an object which will produce value sometimes. It either gives us a value or an error with a proper reason. There's no specific definition for promises in JavaScript. You will understand the topic much better while working on the syntax. So let's move ahead and we'll go through a simple example first to understand a promise in JavaScript. As we mentioned earlier that a promise is an object, so what we have to do first is to take a variable and declare an object. So for that we'll go to a JavaScript file and we'll write here, we'll take a variable, let's say a variable name is prom, and we'll write here new promise. So this statement here is a promise. We have an object named prom. Next up, this promise will take a callback function. We have already discussed the concept of callback functions in the previous video. So if you haven't watched that video yet, I recommend you to watch it. So a callback function is a function passed to another function as an argument. Remember, so we'll write here inside this object, we'll write here function, and now this callback function here will have two arguments, one to resolve and another for the reject. That's because we can have only two possibilities in a promise, right? Either it can be rejected or it can be resolved. So we'll write here resolve, and then after a comma we'll write here reject. Fine. Then we'll have the body of this function. So this is how a promise will look like. You can change the name of these arguments. Instead of resolve or reject, you can write here anything, but we have kept it simple for now so that it will be easy to understand. Next up, let's use a simple condition here. Let's take the example of driving a car. Fine. What we'll do is we'll take a variable drive and we'll check if the user learned how to drive a car. If yes, then the promise is fulfilled. Otherwise, the promise is rejected. So let's do it here. We'll write here where drive, and let's set the value of this drive as true for now. Let's say the user learned how to drive a car. So next up, what we'll do is we'll use the if-else conditional statement to call any one of the two functions. We can either call resolve or reject, right? So we'll write here if, and the condition will be drive. So if we left it with drive here, it will check for if drive is equals to true, right? So we'll call the function resolve if the condition holds true, and then we'll use the else statement. For else we'll write here else, and then we'll write here reject. Fine. Any value other than true we'll call the reject function here. So what we did here was an easy task. We know that the value for the variable drive is true. So in this case, the resolve function will be called. If we set this value of variable drive to false, then the function reject will be called. The next part of the program is to execute this promise. So this will be the longer part as we have to use two methods here. So for that, the syntax will start with the promise name and then we'll use the dot operator. So let me do it here. We'll write here prom and then we'll use the dot operator. Next up, we'll use the then keyword. So this then keyword, or it is a method actually. It is called when the method is resolved or when the promise is resolved. So we have another method for the rejection of promises that we'll discuss afterwards. So we'll write here prom dot then. Now this is a method, so we will use brackets here. When this method is called, it means that the promise is resolved. We'll use a callback function within this method. So we'll write here function and then we'll use the resolve function here. So we'll write here resolve. Fine. And then we'll have the body for resolve. So this is how the execution will look like for promises. And on filling the promise, there will be a statement printed on the console. So it will be like, we'll write here console.log, and we'll write here something. So let's say we are writing here resolve, and let's say the user knows how to drive. Fine. So we'll write here this. Now we are done with the part in which the promise will be fulfilled. One thing I forgot to mention here is we have to pass this resolve here. So whatever value we'll write here will be shown in console. So let's say we are writing here for true value, we'll write here yes. Fine. Now if we save this program and check for the output, we'll get the output as yes, the user knows how to drive. We can check it. So let's save it. And here you can see in the console, we have the output as yes, the user knows how to drive. Let me put a space here. So let's save it now. Now it's clearly visible. So it says yes, the user knows how to drive. So this is working fine. Now the next part will be for the condition if the promise gets rejected. So just like we had the then method for resolving the promise, similarly we have one more method for the rejection part. So for the rejection part, we have the catch method. So we have to chain this method here only after the then method. So we'll come here and we'll write dot catch, and the rest of the syntax will remain same. So we'll write here function, and then we'll call reject. Then we'll have the body of this reject part, and we'll write here inside this console.log, and we'll write here reject plus the user does not know how to drive. Fine. The catch method uses the reject function, and the output will be no. The user does not know how to drive. So before that, we'll have to pass an argument here. So we'll write here no and save it now. So for now it says yes, the user knows how to drive. To check for the reject method, we have to set the value of variable drive as false. So let's change the value here. Let's say we are using false here. Now save it, and you can see here the output says no, the user does not know how to drive. Fine. So this is working totally fine. Now you guys might be thinking that this program we just did is so easy. We could have done it with if-else conditional statements. Then why are we using promises for this? The syntax is extended, and we have to remember a lot of terms and methods for a promise, right? The good part is this was just an example to make you understand the syntax of promises in JavaScript. Next up, we'll go through an example wherein we'll discuss the dependency of promises as well. So let's move ahead, and in this example, what we'll do is we'll create three separate functions. Let's suppose we want to learn promises in JavaScript. But for that, we must know about the concept of functions and callback functions in JavaScript. Then only we can go through promises. So what we'll do is we'll create three functions in which the current function will depend upon the previous function. If the user knows about functions, he can go through callback functions. And if the user knows both functions and callback functions, he is good to go for promises. So let me take you through the code, guys. So here's the code. We have three functions. The first one is for functions topic. So this functions is the topic. Similarly, we have callback and promises as well. So the first function is for the functions topic. And if the user is done with functions in JavaScript, then he can move on to callback functions and then to promises. So we have three different promises for each function, right? So each function here, like the first function, returns a promise. Right. Similarly, all the three functions are returning a promise. Here we are directly resolving it. We don't need to wait for the user to learn functions completely. Otherwise, we can use here the reject function as well. For now, we are just resolving it, which means that the user learned functions in JavaScript already. The same goes for callback functions and promises as well. Next up, what we have to do is we have to execute the promise that once the user is done with functions, he can move on to callback functions and then to promises. So for that, we have to execute promise like this only. But the syntax will be different. So let me show you guys. So here is the code for that as well. What we did here is we use the first function here. So functions is our first function. And on resolving, we called the function callback with the result. And we did the same thing again for a callback. On resolving the callback function, it will call the promises function. And finally, it will print this good to go message on the console with the previous messages returned by the resolve method. So we are basically working on the dependency of promises in JavaScript. Now let's save this program and we'll check the output on the console. So save it, and here you can see it on the console. It says good to go, and then it says learned functions, learned callback functions, good to go for promises in JavaScript. Now, this same program can be done with the help of callback functions as well, but the code will be so confusing because we have to nest all these functions inside a single function, and then it will be a mess, right? The code with promises is clean. You can see here the code is clean. All we had to do here was to create functions, then return promises on call, and then we can execute those promises with their dependency. So this is how promises in JavaScript actually works. Now, async-await is just a syntactical sugar wrapped around promises in JavaScript. Basically, it makes it easier to work with promises in JavaScript. We already know that using promises might be a bit tricky, or we can say more prolonged sometimes, because we have to create so many functions and promises in JavaScript. So before we move on to async-await, let me take you guys through this code which has promises in it, and then we'll see how to use async-await in JavaScript. So here is a code for promises in JavaScript. Here in this code we have two functions, make order and process order. The make order function returns a promise and it will resolve it if the user enters black coffee. Otherwise, it will reject it on any other type of coffee. Then we have another function here for processing the order, and it will always resolve. So this function is quite simple and it will add some extra information to the order. So here is the code for extra information. It will print this on console. So let's move ahead and we'll look at how we call these functions using promises, and then we'll change the same code using async-await. Let me do it guys first and then I'll explain it to you. So here's the code. Now what we did here is we called the make order function and we'll pass here black coffee as an argument to make it successful. Then we have used the dot then because we are using promises here, and then we have the order that will be returned by a promise. So which in this case is a string that says here is your coffee. This is the string. If I show you, so this is the string it will return, and then we have written here console.log order has been received. It will be printed on the console, and then we have called the process order function and we are going to process the order that we received. And the reason we are returning this is because, so you can see here we are returning this process order function. The reason behind it is because we are using promises here. Then we have changed the event here. So we have used the dot then operator again. We are going to receive the response from the process order above. In this case, we have taken it as processed order and we have logged whatever response we will get here. The next thing we did here is to use the catch block to catch any type of error we get. For example, if the user says he wants a latte, not black coffee, then it will give an error and it will say that we serve black coffee only. So this is the code for error. So that's all, and we are calling these functions. So if we save this program, let's say we are saving it, and if we go back to our console, so here you can see the output says making request for a black coffee, and then it says order has been processed, then it says processing order, and then at last it says extra information plus here is your coffee, have a nice day. That's how we wanted it to be, right? Now if the user says he wants a latte in place of black coffee, so let's check it out, and what we'll do is we'll pass the argument here as latte instead of black coffee. So save it now. Here you can see it says making request for latte. So firstly it made a request for latte and then it returned the error. The error says sorry, we serve black coffee only. So it's working totally fine, and this is how promises actually work in JavaScript. All the different codes here are executed and it is waiting for the previous code to execute before moving on to the next one. So that's what we exactly wanted here. Now if you look at all this code here, which is obviously not too much confusing, but we have to use more dot than here, right? We have to go through a lot of nesting here, and it could be done easily with Async-await in JavaScript. And one more issue with promises is if we want to use the parameter inside this first dot, then so if we want to use a parameter here, what we have to do is we have to first create a variable and we have to assign something to that variable, which is not an easy task, right? But with async and await, we can do it more efficiently and we don't have to worry about all the dot thens and all. So now we'll do the same program with async and await, and we'll do it here only below this program. We'll write this piece of code with the help of async await, and we'll see how easy it is to use async and await in JavaScript. So let me comment this first, guys. Now, the first thing we need to keep in mind with async and await is we need a function to use these terms. For example, let's create a simple function here first. So we'll write here function. Let's say the function name is func1, and then we have the body of this function. So this is a basic function here, and we'll put all our asynchronous code inside here in this function. But we need to tell JavaScript that this function will work asynchronously. For that, we have to write a keyword here before function. So what we'll do is we'll write here async, and this is the syntax. Now JavaScript will know that this function is an asynchronous function and it will handle this function accordingly. Now inside of this function, what we'll do is we'll call our different methods here. So we'll call the make order method here, and then we'll call the process order method as well. So let's do it first. Let's call the make order method first. So we'll write here make order, and we'll pass an argument here. So the argument will be, let's say, black coffee. Fine. Now we have called the function make order here. All we have to do is we have to write await in front of this function, which will make the code wait until this make order function executes. Then only the next part will be executed. So we'll write here await, and this make order function now will return the resolve section of the first promise we made. So we'll store this inside a variable. So we'll write here, let's create a variable here. We'll write where order. Fine. Because we have all this code inside of an asynchronous function, what will happen is as soon as JavaScript finds that await keyword, so as soon as JavaScript finds this await keyword, it will leave this function and start doing other works inside of this program. Remember, it will leave this whole function. It's not something like the set timeout method. It is different from that. As soon as the make order function is done executing, it will come back to this function and returns the result into this order variable. Next up, what we'll do is we'll write here console.log, and what we want to log here is order has been received. Now, if we look at the promises example previously and compare these two codes, so if you can see here, we are done with this part. So this is what it looks like while working with Async-await in JavaScript. Now we'll see that we have received the order with pretty easy syntax, right? Next up, what we have to do is we have to process this order. This means that we have to write the code for the second than we used in the promises example, right? The syntax will remain the same. For that, we'll write here where processed order is equals to await. We'll use the await keyword again, and then we'll write here process order. Fine. And then we'll pass the argument as order. So we are passing this variable as an argument to this process order function. In the next line, we'll write here console.log, and we'll copy this. This line is the same. So we'll copy it from here and we'll paste it here. Fine. Now we have used the variable processed order to process the order, and then we know that as soon as the processing is done, we want it to log it in here. So we are done with this, and all we need to do now is call the asynchronous function and we are good to go. So let's call this function first. For that we'll write here func1 and now save this program. So here you can see it says process order is not defined. So okay, we have to remove this E here. Now save this, and here you can see we have the exact same output as we had in the promises example, and with this we can say the async await are working totally fine. Now the question arising in your mind may be that we didn't do anything for the catch block here, right? What if the user enters latte in place of black coffee? So let's try to do it once. So what we'll do is we'll write here latte and save it. So you can see the first function is working fine. It says making request for a latte, and then it says sorry, we serve black coffee only. So this is a error, uncaught error in promises. So we have to do something about this error, right? Now the async and await in JavaScript actually has two blocks, one for resolving and the other one for error or reject. So we can say like the then and catch in promises, we have try and catch in async await. So what we have to do here is we have to put all this piece of code inside the try block. So let's do it first. What we'll do here is we'll write here try. So what we are doing is we are asking the computer to try this piece of code if this is fine or not. And then we have another block catch. Fine. So we'll write the code for rejection here inside this catch block. What we'll do is we'll write here catch and we'll pass an argument here. So we'll write here error and then we'll log this error on a console. So we'll write here console.log error. So we have passed a parameter here, and the moment it will find any error, it will leave the try block and moves on to the catch block, and the output will be an error. So save it, and you can see it here on the console. It says sorry, we serve black coffee only. So this is how we can use async await in JavaScript. It's not necessary to use it over promises, but the syntax is relatively clean and easy to understand, right? As you can see here. All we have to keep in mind while using async await is we have to use a function and wrap up all the data inside it. So keep this thing in mind that we have to use a function always, and we have to wrap up all this data inside a single function with the help of try and catch block. Try and catch block are pretty easy to use, right? We'll go through try and catch block in the next video as well, when we'll go through error handling. Another important thing I want to mention here before we end up this video is, guys, it may happen that you might don't use these topics quite frequently while working on the front end of a website. But if you get to answer these questions during an interview, and these topics are pretty crucial if you are learning JavaScript. So whether it be async await or promises or callback functions, you need all of them in JavaScript. So please go through these topics carefully. Errors are something that we get at times while working on a program. Generally, there are different types of errors present in almost every programming language. Errors like syntax error, runtime errors, and logical errors. So syntax errors are those errors a user can't control. We have to correct the syntax for that. That's the only option with syntax errors. For example, let's say we have a function that will print something on the console on calling. So let's create a function here. We'll go to a JavaScript file and we'll create a function here. So let's say the function name is f1. Fine. And this function will print something on the console. So let's say it prints this is function 1. Fine. Now this is a function that will print this string on the console, but let's say we forgot to put the closing bracket of this function by mistake, or let's say the closing part was deleted and we are not aware of it. So this part was deleted or we forgot to put it there, and what we'll do is we'll call this function. We tried to call this function. Let's call it first. We'll call function 1, save it and go to the console. So here in console you can see that it returns an error here. It says syntax error, unexpected end of input. And the best part is we can't do anything for it, except for we can put that closing bracket in its place again. So if we put this closing bracket here again, now it will work fine. Save it, and here you can see we have the output as this is function 1. So these type of errors when occur in a program are known as syntax errors. Another type of error that occurs in a program is runtime error. Runtime errors are those errors through which the system comes across during the execution of a program. For example, let's say if we have another function here. So let's add another function here. We'll write here function f2, and the body will print something on the console again. So we'll copy this from here, and instead of function 1 we'll write here function 2. Save it, and we haven't called this function yet. So let's imagine a scenario that you created a function f2, and later somewhere in the program you realize that you created a function and you need to call that function, but you are not sure of the name of that function. So let's say you called another function, but the function name was wrong. So let's say instead of function 2 we called another function f4. Let's call this, let's try to do it. Save it, and here you can see our first function is working fine, but when the system reaches function f2 it encountered an error here. Although there is nothing wrong with the syntax, we are trying to call a function that does not exist. So these type of errors are known as reference error in a program. We can fix these type of error with the help of try, catch and throw block. We'll see it later. These are the different types of errors that might occur in a program, but sometimes there are situations in which we want to print an error to the user. It might be for the data entered by the user or for the data we are getting from the server. Basically, we are talking about custom errors that we create ourselves to make the flow of program more smooth. We came across the try and catch block in the previous video, wherein we used these keywords with the Async-await in JavaScript. So there we saw how these blocks were working to print an error when the user asks for something other than black coffee. If you haven't watched that video yet, please go through it. You can find it in this playlist. So let's do one thing here, and we'll create a small prototype of the same program wherein we will have a function that will print a string on the console. So let me comment this out, guys. Now we'll create another function here. So let's say we are writing here function make order. Fine. So this is the function we created in the last video as well. So let's say inside the body of this function we'll write something on the console. We'll write here console.log, and we'll write here is your black coffee, enjoy your day. Fine. Now we will go through the syntax of try and catch block first, and we'll see why we use these try and catch blocks in a program. So before we move on to the try and catch block, let me clear one thing, guys. It's not only the try and catch blocks we use for these purposes. We have another block in JavaScript that is always independent of these two blocks and doesn't need any condition to run. So the inclusion of the finally block in error handling depends upon the user. You can either add it or leave it. There will be no effect on the program. So now let's move ahead and we'll go through the syntax of try and catch first, and then we'll move on to the finally block, because finally block is different from try and catch. So let's go through the try and catch first. So we'll write here try and press. So we'll write here try, and you can see this is the syntax of try and catch block. The catch contains an argument with it, and it will catch the error returned by the try block. So let's write the code here and then we'll go through it. We want to run this function inside the try block, and if the function exists, the try block will execute it. Otherwise, a customized error will be thrown to the user. So we'll call this function inside the try block. So we'll write here make order, and we have called this function. Now if the function exists, the try block will execute it. There will be no problem in that. We are asking the computer to try executing this line, and if this line does not exist, show the user the error we want to show, not the one set by default. So the customized error will write inside the catch block, and inside the catch block we'll write here console.log, and let's say it says sorry. So this is the error we want to show. The error says, sorry, an error occurred in your program. Now let's execute this once and then we'll see it again thoroughly. So this code will not show an error. Save it and it will execute the function make order, and the output will be, here's your black coffee, enjoy your day. Right. But if we execute here another function that does not even exist, like we did for the runtime errors. So if we write here, let's say another function. So let's say the other function name is process order. Fine. So this function does not exist in the entire program. Now the system will go inside the try block and it will execute the make order function first. The make order function will be executed without any problem, but the moment it will come across the function process order, it will find it out that no such function exists in the program. That's when it will move to the next block and it will throw an error to the user. So save this program and you can see here it says, here is your black coffee, enjoy your day first, and then it says, sorry, an error occurred in your program. So this is how you can show an error to the user, a customized error we can say. If we call this process order function outside of the try block, the scenario will change and the error will be different. So let me show you guys. What we'll do is we'll cut this process order from here and we'll call this process order function outside of the try and catch block. Now we have called this process order function here and we know this function does not exist in the program. So let's save it, and here you can see it says uncaught reference error, process order is not defined. So this is a runtime error here. Now this is the default error you get in JavaScript. This is the default way in which you can get an error in JavaScript. So there are certain things we can do with errors in JavaScript, which are, let's say if you want to print the error as well in the console. So we just have to write here console.log error. And one more thing we have to do is we have to move this process order function from here back again to its original position. So save it now, and here you can see we have a reference error. Now this statement will print the whole error in the form of text and the user will know the type of error as well. Apart from that, we can also print only the message or the name of the error. So for that we have to write here console.log error.name for the name of error and console.log error.message for the error message. So save it, and here you can see we have reference error and as the name of error, and the message is process order is not defined. So this part of the error is the message and this part is the name. Now we are left with the finally block only. We have already discussed that the finally block is independent of the two blocks and it will be executed anyway if present in a program. So the syntax for finally block goes like this. What we'll do is we'll remove these three statements from our program and we'll write here finally, and inside the finally, let's say we want to print something on the console. So let's say we'll write here this block will execute no matter what. Now this finally block will be executed anyhow. Save it, and here you can see we have the output as this block will execute no matter what. Let's do one thing. Let's take this process order function from here and we'll paste it here. Save it now, and here you can see now none of the three blocks is executing, right? So what we have to do is we have to put it back in its place. One more thing we will discuss before wrapping up this video is the throw keyword in JavaScript. With this keyword, we can throw an error anywhere in the program. The message will be customizable and the type will be uncaught error. Fine. Let's see an example of this type of error handling with the help of basic if-else statement. So let's say we have a condition here in which we have a variable. So let me comment this piece of code as well first. Now let's say we have a condition here in which we have a variable a, and the value of a is, let's say, 9. The condition we have to check here is if a is less than 10, then an error should be thrown, otherwise the system should print something, right? So let's move on to the programming part and you'll understand it. So what we'll do is we'll declare a variable a and the value of variable a will be 9. Now the if statement will have a condition that if a is less than 10, throw an error. So what we have to do is we have to write here throw new error, fine, and the message will be, let's say, this is a customizable error, fine. This is the message, and we have to mention the else statement here as well. So inside the else statement we'll write here console.log working fine, let's say. So the if else block does not matter that much in this case. The only thing I want you guys to see here is the throw keyword. Save this program here and we have the value as 9, and what we wanted to throw an error if the value is less than 10. Save it, and here you can see we have a familiar representation of this error, different from the try catch block. The message is customizable and it says this is a customizable error. So this is how we can throw an error in the program wherever we want to. Have you guys ever heard about validation or pattern matching in JavaScript? We come across these terms when we hear about passwords mostly, right? So we say that we can use the if else statement to match if the user's password matches with the one we already have. For that we write if password is equals to some sort of string or characters, and then we see if the password matches, we'll let the user enter, otherwise the entry will be denied. So we are discussing all that because regular expressions are objects used to perform pattern matching, or if we want to search for something in a string, or even if we want to replace something from a string, we can do it all with regular expressions. So we'll go through the syntax for regular expressions and some more important things about regular expressions in JavaScript. So regular expressions are present in almost every programming language. It's not limited to JavaScript only, and the concept remains the same everywhere. The syntax may differ a bit between different languages, but the logic behind them will always be the same. The name might be a little bit confusing, but the reality is entirely different. They are pretty easy to use, and if you understand the basics clearly, you'll face no problem while working on advanced topics. So let's go through the regular expressions before we move on to validations using regular expressions in JavaScript. So let's understand the concept entirely so that it will be easy for you guys in further videos. So consider a scenario where we have a string and we want to find a particular word in that string. Or we can say we are in a static website. I hope you guys are aware of the term static, where we have the search option to find some word in the entire HTML document. We have to write the word in the search box and it will return us the location of that word in the HTML file or in the website, right? What we'll do now is we'll use a word and we'll find that word in a string. We'll make some changes to that word with the help of several functions used along with regular expressions in JavaScript. So the syntax for regular expressions goes like this. We'll move to a JavaScript file and we'll take a variable here. So let's say the variable is var regex, and we use 2 forward slashes for it. Generally we use the double slash for comments, but it will be recognized as a regular expression in JavaScript if we write something inside these double slashes. So let's say we are writing something here. Let's say we write here hello. Now this word hello is present inside the variable regex, and this word needs to be searched in a string. So let's use a string as well. So for that we'll write here where, let's say the string name is str1. Let's say we are writing here welcome to a YouTube channel, full stop. Say hello if you are new here. Fine. So let's say this is the string we have. Now this string contains the word hello in it. All we have to keep in mind is to add the main keyword in the string for now. Moving ahead, what we want to do is we want to find this word in the string, right? We want to find this hello word in the string. So next up, we'll go through certain essential functions which we use with regular expressions, and we'll see the functioning of these essential functions. The first function is the exec function. So let me write here, guys. This is the first function, exec function. Now this function returns an array if the word is present in the string. Otherwise it will return null if the word is not present in the string. The syntax is pretty straightforward. All we have to do is to use the exec function with the variable that contains the regular expression. Now in this case the word regex contains the regular expression. We have to use it with the function, and the string name will be passed as a parameter to this function. So let's write the syntax here and it will be easy for you guys. So let's comment it out and we'll write here, let's say we are taking another variable where output. We'll write here the variable name dot function name. We'll write here exec, and the string will be passed as a parameter. Fine. So this is the syntax. Now this output variable over here will have an array, and the array will return the index number of the word hello in the string. Fine. So let's print this array on the console, and we'll write here console.log output. Fine. Save it and open the console. So we'll move to our browser and we'll open console here. See here we have an array, and if we click on this array we can see that we have the word hello at index 36. So if we count from here, and the counting should start from 0 because array index always starts from 0. So at index 36 we can find that hello is over here, and so it will return the index of this particular word. Now if we write here something else other than hello, let's say we are writing here 2. Save it now, and you can see here we have 2 present at index 8. So if we count from here we can see that 2 is present at index 8. So this is working totally fine. Now another scenario is if we write here 2 with a capital T. Save it now, and you can see here the output is null. Why so? Because regular expressions in JavaScript are case sensitive. Case sensitive means it differentiates between the capital letters and small letters. Fine. But the good part is we can make them in case sensitive as well. So all we have to do is we have to use a modifier. A modifier is actually used to make modifications in the search. So what we have to do is we have to write here in the beginning, we have to write a single letter, and in this case we'll write here I, because this modifier will tell the system that there will be no problem with the case sensitivity of the word now. It will work fine, and if we save this program we can see we have the output as index 8. Now if we change this string and we'll write here something other than this, so we'll write here HELLO, but the 3 letters of this word are capital letters. So save it now, and you can see we have the output as index 36. So this is working fine. Now one last situation is if we write here more than one hello in a single string. So if we write here hello and welcome to our YouTube channel. Now there are 2 hello words present in a single string. Save it, and you can see we have the word hello at index 0. So it will return the first hello word in the string. Now if we want to get access of the second hello, and if we write here this piece of code again, what we are expecting is we are expecting it to give us the index of second hello as well, but it will not happen. Save it, and you can see it will give the index of first hello twice. You can see here we have index as 0 in both the arrays, right? So it will not work. Now the solution to this problem is modifiers again. What we have to do is we have to use another modifier here. Now we have to write here the letter G and save it. Now this is returning null because we have the string wrong here. So we have to write here hello because we have removed the in case sensitive modifier. Save it now, and you can see we have both the hello words with indexes as 0 and 46 respectively. So this global modifier tells the system that the word is now global, and if you find the word once and the user tries the exec function again, then the second time you should return the index value of the second word. So this is how it actually works. Now the following function we are going to discuss is a pretty simple one, the test function. Now this function returns either true or false, nothing else. This function checks for a particular word, that if the word exists in a string, then it will return true, otherwise false. It will not return the index value or some sort of other things. It deals with the boolean value only, that is true or false. So that's it for the function. Let's see how this function works actually. So what we'll do is we'll mention here this test function and we'll comment this piece of code so that there will be no confusion. We'll comment it out. Now we'll go through the syntax of this test function. The syntax is pretty easy. We'll use the output variable again and we'll write here variable name dot function name, and the string name will be passed as a parameter. Now the next thing we'll do is we'll write here console.log and we'll print this on a console. Fine. So this is the syntax for test function. Save it, and here you can see in the console that for the word hello it returns true. If we change this word here to something else, like if we write here hi instead of hello, save it, and you can see the output is changed to false because hi is not there inside a string, right? Because hi does not exist according to this string. So this is how the test function actually works. Now one more thing I want to mention here about the test function is if we write here some part of a word, not the whole word but some part. So let's say if we write here ELL, now this is the part of hello word. Now what if we save this? You can see the output here is true. That's because the test function checks for every letter, and if it finds these three letters in any word, it will return true in that case as well. Fine. Next up, we have another function to use with the regular expressions in JavaScript. Now the next function's name is match function. I'll write it here. First I'll comment these two statements and then I'll write here the name of this function. So the name is match. Now this match function returns an array of results, otherwise null. The syntax for this function is exactly opposite from the previous functions, because we'll pass the regular expression as a parameter to this function now, and the function will be used along with the string. So it is completely opposite to the syntax we used for the previous two functions. So we'll write here for this, we'll use the output variable again. We'll write here where output, and instead of regex we'll use it with the string. So we'll write here str1.match, and the variable name will be passed as a parameter. Fine. So this is how the syntax for match function looks like. It's exactly opposite to the syntax we used for previous two functions. The next line will remain the same. We'll write here console.log and we'll print output on a screen. Fine. Now we have to do one more thing here. What's that is, we have to remove this modifier from here and we have to write here hello. So save it, and you can see we have an array over here. Now what if we want to find both the words in a string? If we want to check if there's more than one word with the similar name. So what we have to do is we have to write here G, and if you save it now, you can see the output is completely changed, and now we have an array with two similar words. What if we add another hello here? So let's say we have another hello here. Save it, and you can see here the array size is increased to 3 now. Now we are left with one more method, and the method we are going to discuss now is pretty important because we'll use this method in future as well. So the last method is the replace method, which is used to replace something from a string. We can either replace the first matching word or all the matching words from a string. If we are using the global modifier, then all the words will be replaced. Otherwise the first matching word will be replaced. So the syntax for this method goes like this. What we have to do is, so let's comment it out first and we'll go through the syntax of final method. So the final method is replace method. Fine. So the syntax goes like this. We'll use the output variable again, and we'll write here str1 dot replace, because we want to replace something in that particular string. The first parameter will be the variable name. We'll write here regex, comma, and then we'll pass the word we want to change. So hello will be changed with, let's say in this case, hi. Fine. Now check over here that if we are using any modifier, so we are using global modifier here. Now if we print this on a console, if we write a console.log and we are writing here output, if we save it now, we'll get to know that all the hello words in the string are replaced with the word hi. Save it, and you can see over here that hi and welcome to our YouTube channel. Say hi if you are new here, and then we have a hi. You can see that all the hello words are replaced with the word hi. Now if we remove this global modifier from here and if we save it now, you can see only the first hello word is replaced. The other hello words are here and there will be no change in them because we are not using the global modifier now. In the previous video where we came across regular expressions in JavaScript, we saw different predefined functions that we use for finding a particular expression present inside a string, right? Like the predefined functions, we also have some JavaScript characters that make the searching part easy. So these characters are used within the expressions and help us in different ways. For example, let's consider a scenario where we have a regular expression and we want to find a particular word within the string. But we don't remember the whole word. Let's say we forgot the word with time. And now we remember only a part of that word. So let's do the same side by side, and what we'll do is we'll go to our JavaScript file and we'll take three variables. We'll write here let regex is equals to, then we'll write here let str1 is equals to, and then finally we'll write where output is equals to. Fine. Now here we have three variables. The variable regex will store a regular expression within it. We haven't returned the word yet. Next up we have a variable str1 to store the string and a variable output to store the output returned by a function. The function we'll use will be any one of the ones we used in the previous video. So let's do it here. The word, let's say the word will be welcome. Fine. You can take any word you want. Now moving on to the string, let's write the string as well. We'll write here welcome to our YouTube channel, and then we'll write another welcome here. Fine. We'll discuss the reason why we wrote welcome twice. Now if you guys remember from the previous video where we have used the test function to check the availability of a word present in a string or not, we'll use the same function again. So we'll write here variable name dot function name. So the function name is test, and then we'll pass the string name as a parameter. So we'll write here str1. That's fine. And finally what we'll do is we'll print this on our console. So we'll write here console.log output. Fine. Now we already know the output for this piece of code, right? The output will be true. That's obvious because we have the word welcome present in our string, not once but twice. The output will remain true if we remove the first welcome from this string. Let's do it here. Let's save the program first and then we'll move to the console. And you can see here the output says true for the word welcome present in the string str1. That's true, right? And now if we remove this welcome word from here, and if we save it, you can see the output still remains true because we have another welcome word present in the string, right? So this is how the test function actually works. We'll put the welcome word here again. We already know the functioning of this test function. The main point of discussion here is the meta characters. So meta characters are characters with special meanings, like the dot character. If we write this regular expression, like we can remove any one character from this word and put a dot in its place. Let's do it. We'll remove a random character and write dot here. So let's say we are removing L. Fine. And instead of L, we are putting a dot here. Now The dot character here will replace this character and the system will not throw any error. It will still find the word. We can also use exec function here to check the index number of the word. So what we'll do is we'll take another variable and we'll do the same. We'll write here regex dot exec and then we'll pass the string name as parameters. Fine. We'll copy this console.log from here and we'll paste it here. The variable name is op. Save it, and here you can see we have the output as true for the test function, and for the exec function it returns the index number 0 of the word in the string. Now the system automatically puts a L in place of the dot character. Similarly, if you want to do the same thing for more than one character, we have another meta character for that. It's not that we can't use this dot operator, but we can use it for a limited time. Like we can use it for a single character. But if we want to put more than one character and we don't know the number of the characters, so then we have another meta character for that. The meta character is asterisk. Now this asterisk allows us to put multiple characters within a particular expression. For example, if we write here, let's remove all this and we'll put star or asterisk in place of all the characters in between. So save it, and you can see the output returns true for test function, and for the exec function the index is 0. Now if we write here something like that, and we don't know what it is, but let's assume it. So if we save it now, you can still see the output returns true for this as well, because now we can put any number of characters in between W and E. The only thing that matters is the first and the last character of the word welcome. Now the next character we'll be looking at does not work the same way as these characters. The caret character works upon a whole string. Let's go through the syntax, and what we'll do is we'll remove this unwanted piece of code, and then we'll come here, we'll write here welcome again, and now we'll put this caret character. Now the caret character is this character. So what this character returns is, this character returns true only if the whole string starts with the word welcome. The second welcome word does not even exist for this meta character. If we save this program now, it will return true because welcome is present at the start of this string, right? So save it, and you can see the output is true. Now if we remove this welcome from here, and if we save this program now, we know that we have another welcome present in the string, but this character does not work that way, and it will return false because the string starts with 2 now, right? Save it, and here you can see the output is false for test function, and for exec function the output is null. It will not return any index number of the second welcome or some sort of thing. So this is how the caret character works in JavaScript. The next meta character does the same thing, but for the end of the string. The symbol is $, and it checks for the end part of the string. This meta character is placed at the end of a regular expression, and it checks if the string ends with characters present in the expression. The syntax goes like this. What we'll do is we'll remove this caret character and we'll put a $sign here. Now this statement now will check if the string ends with the word welcome or not. In this case, the last word of the string is back, right? Not welcome. So the output will be false. Save it. Save it, and you can see here the output is false and null. Suppose we write here back in place of welcome. Now what we'll do is we'll write here back in place of welcome, and if we save this program now, the output will change to true because back is the last word present in a string, right? So this character checks for the end of the string. Save it, and you can see the output is changed to true and the index number is 32. Fine, the exec function will return the index number of the word back. The last meta character we will discuss in this video is the optional meta character. The question mark symbol represents this meta character, and the functioning be like any character before this symbol is treated as optional. this means that it doesn't matter if the character is present in the string or not. For example, if we write here, let's say we'll write here welcome again, because welcome has more characters than back, and we'll write here welcome as well. Fine. Now let's make some changes in this particular regex expression. So what we'll do is we'll put a question mark here, and let's say we'll put another question mark here. Fine. Now if we remove C and E from the string or any one of them, then also the function will work fine and the output will be true. Let's do it. And what we'll do is we'll make some changes in this particular string, and we are going to remove some characters from this string. So we have two welcome words here, and what we'll do is we'll remove C from this one, and we have two optional characters, right? Both C and E are optional, but for now we are removing C only. So the string looks like this. We have the word vellum. It doesn't mean anything, but for understanding purposes we have done it. So save it, and you can see the output remains true for vellum. Now what if we put any other word in place of this character? Let's say we are writing here B. Fine. The output will change. We have to put an O as well, because O is not an optional character. Now the output will change. As we were discussing, if we save this program, you can see it says true for now, but it is saying true because of this welcome. Now if we remove this welcome from here, and if we save it now, you can see the output is changed to null. Yes, these characters are optional, but we can't put any character in place of them. We have two options only. Either we can put C in its place, or we can leave it. So there's no other option with the optional characters. So these are the few meta characters present in regular expressions, which helps in validation a lot. We came across meta characters in regex in the previous video, where we saw how to check the availability of a particular word or expression within a string. We know about functions as well. So today we will combine all these things to some extent, and we'll see how basic validation actually works in JavaScript. We'll see an example wherein we'll go through the character sets and ranges and check for some specific type of validation in this video. Now, the topic character sets and ranges itself is a pretty explanatory topic, and we can get an idea of what's coming just by going through the words. Characters in layman term refers to alphabets and numbers, right? We see a character on a daily basis and we know a lot about them. Now, if I write here A, we can say that this is a character in JavaScript. Now, we can use one single character or a group of characters at a time with regular expressions in JavaScript. We have a particular syntax for it. We'll go through the syntax first, and the syntax is like we have to use square brackets and we have to write characters in between these brackets or inside these brackets. Here we have three characters, A, B, and C. What we can do is we can give instructions to the system to use any one of them in a regular expression. So let's take a small example of how this actually works with regular expressions. And what we'll do is we'll do the same thing we have been doing till now. We'll search a word within a string. We'll check that if a word exists within a string or not. So we'll do it like we'll take a variable regex that will contain the regular expression. So this is the syntax for regular expression, and this is our regular expression which says DEF. So in actual this is not a word, but assume it as a word for now. And what we have to do is we have to include character sets with this regular expression, right? So we'll write here inside square brackets ABC. Now the next thing is we'll define the string. Let's say the string name is tr1, and the string says this string contains ADEF. So DEF, or we can say ADEF, is what matters the most for now. So anything else you can write on the string. The next thing we are going to do is we are going to use the test function to check if this particular regular expression is available in the string or not. So we'll write here regex.test, and inside this we'll pass the string as a parameter. Now the last thing we'll do is we'll write here console.log and we'll print this on our console. Fine. We are done with it. So what we are doing here is we want to search the string for a word which contains the letter DEF compulsory. But before DEF, we can have a character. That character can either be A, B or C. No other character will be taken in front of DEF because we have defined a character set as well, right? And that character set contains only 3 characters, A, B and C. So here you can see we have ADEF present in the string and we have A along with DEF. So what we are expecting is this test function should return true, right? So save it and check for the output in the console. So we'll go to our console and here you can see the output says true because we have ADEF only. Now if we write here anything else, like if we replace this A with the character R, save it and you can see the output is false because R is not present inside this character set. Now what if we write here something like, let's say we are writing here Kaushal DEF. Now this will check for this letter only, for this L only. Other letters don't actually matters in this case. In the case of character sets, the only character that matters is the character right before the regular expression. So if we save it, you can see the output is changed to false. And if we write here, let's say Kaushal ADEF, save it and you can see the output is true because it checks for this character only. Fine. Talking about ranges, let's say we want to add any character in the string between A to Z. Now we have 2 options to do so. First one is we can write A, B, C till Z here, like we'll write here DEF, GHI and so on and so forth till Z. But this task is a little bit lengthy, right? And we have to spend a lot of time in that process. So the alternate to this process is to define a range of characters. To define a range of characters, it's quite an easy task. All you have to do is write A hyphen Z. So this is how you can define a range of characters. Now this range will consist every character from A till Z. A and Z will also be included. Keep this thing in mind. If we write here Kaushal DEF again, so we have seen in the previous example that it returned false for this, right? Save it now and you can see the output is still true. That's because now we have a range from A till Z. If we write here 5 now it will return false because 5 does not lies in between this range, in between A to Z. So it will return true for any character between A till Z. Fine. Now let's say we want to exclude some particular characters from this range, like we don't want the user to include DEF again, no character from D, E or F. So the syntax for that is also pretty easy. We have to use the caret operator and we have to write here, but we don't want to include. So let's say in this case we don't want to include DEF. Fine. So if we write here DDEF now and save it, you can see it will return false because we have included DDEF. And if we write here ADEF, save it and you can see the output is true. Now we can't include characters D, E and F in front of this regular expression because we have defined this character set to not include these characters in the regular expression. So these are characters and ranges in regular expressions. So the next thing we'll be doing is we'll be going through a basic validation example and we'll see how actually basic validation works in JavaScript. What we'll do is we'll create a small HTML form that will take the employee ID from the user and it will check if the employee belongs to the organization or not. So let's say the employee ID of the organization has some unique characters present in it and the character remains there in each employee ID. The idea is simple. We'll take the ID from the user and we'll use the if-else control statement to check if it belongs to the organization or not. So let's move on to the HTML file and we'll create a placeholder and a button. So let's do it. We'll write here form and inside this form tag let input ID is equals to EID and placeholder is equals to employee ID and type is equals to text. Fine. The next thing we are going to do is we are going to include a button as well, and we are going to call a function on clicking. So we'll use the onClick event. So we'll write here onClick, and let's say the function name is employee, and the button name is, let's say, submit. Save it, and you can see over the browser that we have a placeholder along with the button. So let me give a space here, save it now, and you can see we have a placeholder and a button. So that's all what we have to do in HTML part. Now the rest of the thing we'll be doing in the JavaScript file. So let's move to a JavaScript file and comment this piece of code first. Now what we want is we want to call a function employee on clicking the submit button. Fine. So what we'll do is we'll define a function employee, and inside the body of this function, the first thing we'll be doing is we'll be taking the user's ID, right? So we need a variable for that. So let's say the variable is empid, and we'll write here document dot get element by id. The id is eid dot value. Fine. Now this empid variable will hold the value entered by the user, right? So like if we write here something like D2386, so let's say this is the ID, this will be stored, the value for this ID will be stored inside this empid variable. Fine. Now we'll use the regular expression to check for some special characters. So we'll write here inside the function, we'll write here where check is equals to, inside the regular expression we'll write something. So let's say we want to start the employee ID for the development team with the alphabets D and E, and each ID will have a similar numeric code like 253, which represents the code for a particular team. Fine. So we'll write here inside the character sets, we want DE to be there before a similar numeric code, right? So 253 is the numeric code, and we want to include either D or E before that, right? And after 253, let's say we have a range of numbers that each employee ID has a unique 2-digit number. The ID should look like either D25311 or either E25361, something like that, right? Now, so for that what we have to do is we have to include here another range, and this range will be from 10 till 99. Fine. This looks a bit complex now, but if you try to do it by yourself, believe me guys, you'll find it out that this is an easy task but a little lengthy, we can say. Now the next part is we have to validate the ID entered. For that we have to use the if-else control statement along with the test function. So we have to write here if check dot test, and inside this we'll write empid, because empid is the variable which is holding the value entered by the user, right? So if it's true, then it will return an alert box with the message that says valid employee ID. Fine. Else it will return a message in the pop-up which will say invalid ID. Fine. So this if-else statement will check the value returned by the test function. If the value returned is true, it will return a message valid employee ID. Otherwise the else statement will run and the user will get a pop-up with the message invalid email ID. Fine. Let's check the output, and in the browser here we'll write the employee ID in the given placeholder. So let's say the employee ID is D25319. Submit it, and you can see it says valid employee ID. We can do it for some more, like if we write here E25398. Submit it, and you can see it still says valid employee ID. Now what if we want to include any character between this range and the unique number, right? So let's try to do it. We'll write here D253K89. Fine. So let's say this is the ID we want to enter. Submit it, and you can see it says invalid employee ID. Now one more thing we want to do here is, like if we write here D253, okay, 89. In this case, it will return false or invalid employee ID. Why? Because we haven't included any modifier here, and it will differentiate between uppercase and lowercase character. So to overcome this problem, what we can do is we can include the in case sensitive modifier, and we are clearly good to go. Now if we write here D25398 and save it, if we write here now D25398, submit it, and you can see here the output says valid employee ID. So this is how we can use validation along with regular expressions. In the last video, we came across character sets and ranges. We saw how we could use them with regular expressions, and we also saw how to validate a user's input with the help of character sets and ranges along with regular expressions. Now in this video, we'll look at the shorthand character classes present within regular expressions, and we'll see how they are helpful in JavaScript. If you guys remember, the regular expression we used became a bit confusing and lengthy because we have used so many ranges and character sets all in one, right? A character class can be used to overcome this particular problem, and we have several character classes present in JavaScript. So today we will go through them in this particular video. Now, the syntax is not too much complicated. All we have to do is to write a single character with a backslash, and we are good to go. For example, if we go to a JavaScript file and if we write here \d. Now if we write this character before any regular expression in JavaScript, it means that we have added a character class to a regular expression. This \d is a character class used for finding a digit within a string. Let's go through an example for this character class. And we'll do the same thing. We'll take a string and try to find a regular expression within that string. So what we'll do is we'll write here where regex is equals to, and here we'll write a regular expression. First we'll take up a string and use some functions to check the output. So let's do it here. What we'll do is we'll take another variable. Let's say the variable name is str1, and the string says user's phone number is 98765432110. Now let's say this is the string we are using for today's program. The next thing we'll do is we'll use the exec function to find the regular expression within the string. So we have already gone through this exec function in JavaScript. Today we'll use that function only. Now we'll write here where output is equals to regex.exec, and inside this we'll pass a string as a parameter. The next thing we'll do is we'll write here console.log, and we'll print this output on a console. Now we are good to go. So we are done with it, and the next thing we want to do is to find a particular pattern along with the number present before that pattern in the string. So let's suppose if we write here inside these slashes, if we write here let's say 321. Now this statement here asks the computer to find a pattern 321 in the string. Save it and go to the console. So we'll move to our browser and we'll press Ctrl+Shift+I, and here you can see we have a console here, and here we have an array as well. So here you can see it says, let me zoom it out a bit. Here you can see it says 321 is present at index 28. Now the system finds out that this particular string or this particular regular expression is present here in the string at index number 28. Obviously the indexes will start from 0, and the moment it will find this 321 regular expression, it will show the index number in an array in a console. Now if we add \d here, let's say we are adding here \d in front of this expression and check the output here, save it, you will notice that we have a number present here right before that expression, right? We have 4321 here instead of just 321. The output here gives us the number 4. This means that this \d represents this number 4 in this string. Now, what if we put an alphabet before this expression now? Let's do it. What we'll do is we'll write here A, and let's say we are adding only a single alphabet here. Let's say we are adding A before 321. Now, the expected output is A321. But the moment we'll save it, you can see it says null. That's because this particular character class works for digits only. If it finds anything other than a numeric digit, it will return an error or it will return null in that case. Now, if we want to find all the numbers before this pattern, then we have to add a plus operator in the regular expression. All we have to do is we have to write here plus and we are good to go. Now, it will return everything until it finds a space or any character other than a digit. Now let's suppose if we are writing here A after 987. Now this particular statement will return all the numbers till 6. The moment it will encounter A here, it will return all the numbers after A. It will stop at A and it will not go further. Now save it and you can see it says 654321. That's because this \d works for digits only. Now if we write here nothing, like we have a number 9876543210, save it and it will return the whole number 9876543221, not 0 because we haven't included any number here. Now if we write here again \d after this as well, save it, and here you can see we have the output as 0 as well. We have the whole number here. Fine. So this is how this \d actually works in JavaScript. So this is a character class. Now the next thing is, what if we want to find a non-digit character before a particular pattern? If we write here before 321, let's say we are writing here A, and we want the system to return the non-digit character before 321. In that case, we use capital D instead of small d. Always remember guys, every shorthand character class in regex have an inverse that does precisely the opposite of that particular class. Like if we have small d here that works for digits only, we also have an inverse which is denoted by \capital D, and it does exactly opposite of this small d here. Now if we write here capital D in place of small d, what will happen is it will return the character here. It will return true for everything other than a digit. Now if we remove this small d from here and save it, here you can see it says null because we haven't included the / sign here. Save it, and here you can see it says A321. It will return true for anything except for a digit. Even if we put a symbol over here, then also it will return the output as true. For example, if we write here, let's say we are including $sign here. Let's say we are including $2 here. Save it and it will return $2 signs. That's because we are using the plus operator here. Obviously, let's include as many signs as we can. Save it, and here you can see we have all the symbols present over here on our output. So this is how capital D character class works, or we can say inverse character class of small d. This is how it works. Now the next class we'll be going through is the wordly character, denoted by the letter W, small w, and is used in place of any character that can be an alphabet, a number, or an underscore sign. We can use this character over D if we are unsure about the character present before the pattern. For example, if we write here, let's say \W BER. Now here we have used the BER pattern which is present at the end of number, right? Here BER is present at the end of number. Now this statement will return M only because we are not using any plus operator here. If we use any plus operator, then it will return the whole number because it will return everything until it encounters a space or something like that. So for now we are not using any plus operator, so we'll be writing here this only. Now here it will return M because it can take up a number, an alphabet, or an underscore sign. It will return false if it finds any space or something other than these three. These three means a number, an alphabet, or an underscore sign. Fine. Now save it, and you can see on the console that the output says MBER. Let me zoom it a bit. So here you can see the output says MBER, right? Present at index 14. It will return null if we put a space before the pattern. Like if we write here NUM space BER, save it, you can see it says null for this. Now we can use the plus operator as well here for this particular character class. Now what will happen is it will return every character present before the pattern until it encounters a space or something like a symbol or any sort of thing. So let's try it. What we'll do is we'll write here W plus BER, and we'll remove this space from here, save it, and here you can see it says number. What if we remove this space from here, remove it, save it, and here you can see it says phone number. It will return every character before the pattern until it finds any space or any other, let's say, symbol. So let's say we are including here dollar, percentage, and caret sign. Save it, and here you can see it says NE number. So it's returning it from here because it will not return true for any of the symbols here. Save it, and here you can see we have the output as phone number again. So that's working totally fine. Like the inverse character class for digits, we have the inverse character class for this also, and it returns true for everything other than an alphabet, number, or any underscore sign. Now if we write here, instead of small w, let's say we are writing here capital W. And let's do something with the string as well. So let's put a space here again, and we are good to go. We are not doing anything more than that. So it will return null because before BER we have M here, right? If we remove this M with a sign, let's say if we are removing this with a dollar sign or with an empty one, like we are writing here space, nothing, then it will return the index number and the pattern. So let's do it, save it, and here you can see it says dollar, then it says BER, and the index number is 14. You can count the index number. So 0 for U, and then similarly 1 for S, 2 for E, 3 for R, 4 for S, up to 14 for dollar. So dollar is present at index 14. It will return the index number here. Now the plus operator also works for this inverse character class as well. Right here plus BER, and we can insert as many characters or as many symbols as we want. So like here we have inserted so many symbols. This doesn't mean anything, but we are inserting them for example purposes or for practical purpose. So save it, and here you can see we have all the symbols present over here in a array, and the index number is still 14. If we remove these N and U from here, now save it, the index number will change to 11. That's quite easy. Now the next class we have is the simplest of all. This class works for white spaces only. It means that it will return true or give us the index number of the expression from the string only if a white space exists before the pattern. It is denoted by small s and works for spaces only. Now if we write here, let's say \s, okay, we have made a mistake. We'll write here \s, and we'll write here phone. So this is the pattern and this is the character class. \s is the character class. Now what we'll do is we'll remove it from here and we'll write the string as this again. We'll write here user's phone number is this and this. Now for this regular expression, it will return the index number of this space. The space is present at index 5. 0 for U, 1 for S, 2 for E, 3 for R, 4 for S, and this space is present at index number 5. So it will return index as 5 for this particular space. Now don't get confused guys for this index number as 5. The index number is for the space present in the screen before the pattern phone, right? Now if we try to do the same for users as well, let's suppose if we write here users, it will return null in this case because there's no space present before users in the string, right? Save it, and here you can see the output says null in this case. Fine. Now we can also use the plus operator here for more than one spaces present in the string. It will return all the spaces until it finds a character or something other than the spaces. Like if it finds any symbol or any character, then only it will return false. Otherwise for spaces, it will return true. So if we write here too many spaces, if we put too many spaces before the word phone, or let's say we are changing this word to phone, save it, and here you can see we have all the spaces here. It's denoted by a single space, but the index number is changed to 19. Now we have so many spaces present here before the pattern phone or before the word phone. So this is how we can use space character class in JavaScript. Now we have also the inverse class for this character class as well. It returns true for everything other than empty spaces. If we write here, let's say we are removing this, and let's say we are writing here users, and we are giving so many spaces here before the word users. Now it will return null in this case because there are spaces present in front of the word users. If we include a character or something in front of this word, then only the output will change and return the index number along with the string. So save it first, and here you can see, okay, we have used the small s. In place of small s, we'll write here capital S. Save it, and you can see here the output says null for capital S, because this capital S will return true for everything other than spaces only. Now if we put here any symbol, let's say we have these symbols here, save it, and here you can see now we have a hash symbol present before the word users. That's because we have used capital S only. Now if we use a plus operator, save it, and here you can see we have all the symbols present in a array. We have the index number as 11, we have dollar, percentage, caret, and hash present over here, right? So this is how the inverse of character spaces in JavaScript actually work. So these are the character classes we have in JavaScript. We discussed all the 6 character classes. 3 of them were inverse. I hope you guys got it. These character classes are sometimes used in place of character sets and ranges, as they make searching and comparing tasks easier for us during the validation process. If you guys see, we have 2 text boxes over here. One is for the username and the other one is for the password. Creating such text boxes in HTML is quite an easy task. We have to use the input tag, which we discussed a few sessions back, and we are using some more properties here. So you can see we have type as text for username, and for password the type is password. So before we move on to validation with JavaScript, let me tell you guys that we can do certain things with HTML as well. Like if we want that none of the 2 text boxes over here remains blank, we can write here inside these input tags. So if we write here required, save it, and now if you try to click on this submit button, you can see it says please fill out this field. It will not allow the user to submit the form until there is any value present for the name. So if we write here any random name and submit it now, you can see the form is getting refreshed. That's because we have used the form tag over here. Now if we try to submit without writing anything, we'll get the pop-up as please fill out this field. And we can do the same for password as well. Like if we write here required and save it. Now if you write any name over here for the username, and if we leave this password field blank, submit it, you can see it says please fill out this field for password as well. So HTML can let you do all this stuff, but when it comes to actual validation, like if you want the user to enter only if the name or password matches the one present in the backend, or maybe we can say in the server, we have to use something more than HTML. Now the case with JavaScript is a bit different. If we talk about validation in JavaScript, we can use JavaScript for client-side verification. The scenario here will be the one we'll discuss in today's video. What we'll do today is we'll create a basic sign-up form with 3 text boxes. One is for the username, the other one is for the password, and we'll add one more box for age. Half of the work is already done, and we have to add one more box now for the age. So age is just a number, right? So we can add a text box over here. What we have to do is we have to write here before the submit button, we'll write here input type is equals to number, and we'll provide it the ID as well. So let's say the ID is age. We'll use the ID attribute later, and inside this placeholder we'll write here age. Save it, and here you can see we have 3 text boxes over here. Inside the age we can't write any character or alphabet because we have defined the type as number for this, so we can write numbers here only. Now the next part is to link this page to another web page such that if the credentials are correct, the user will enter the home page of our website. For that we have to use the action attribute in HTML. Now the question here is, when do we want the user to enter the home page? Only if the credentials are correct, right? We have to use the action attribute with the form tag. So you can see over here we have already mentioned the form tag. Now what we'll do is we'll write here action, and what we want is we want it to redirect the user to another page or another web page, the home page of our website, after checking the credentials, and if the credentials are correct, the user will move on to the home page. So we have already a file named homepage.html. So we'll write here homepage.html and save it. Now on clicking the submit button, okay, we have to fill something for name and for password as well. So we'll write random values over here, submit it, and you can see we have been redirected to another page, and this is the home page of our website. However, it doesn't look like a home page. Still we can assume it, right? So now we know what should be done if the user has correct credentials to enter the home page. We are almost done with the HTML part. We'll make some more changes to this file later. The next thing we have to do is to validate the credentials entered by the user, right? For validation purposes, we'll use the if-else control statements in a JavaScript file. We'll create a function in a JavaScript file and call that function when the user clicks the submit button. But there is a difference. We'll not call the function on clicking the submit button. Instead, we'll call the function on submission of the form. So instead of writing here on click and then calling that function, what we'll do is we'll write here inside the form tag, we'll write on submit. So this is an event, and on submit what will happen is it will call a function named validate. We'll create this validate function in our JavaScript file now. So you can see here we have already used the ID attribute with all the input tags in order to get the values entered by the user. So let's move on to the JavaScript file, and what we'll do here is we'll first declare a function named validate. So we'll write here function, and the function name is validate, and then we have the body of this function. Now we'll take 3 variables to get all the values entered by the user, because we need to check for all the values, right? So we need to check if the user's name and password match the one we want, and the user should be aged above 13 to enter our website. For all these, we need the values entered by the user. So we'll use the get element by ID method to get all the values. Now for that we'll take 3 variables. So let's say the first variable is uname. It will hold the value entered in the username text box. Let me go to the form again, and here you can see we have 3 text boxes: username, password and age. So we'll take 3 variables. For username we'll write here document dot get element by ID, and the ID is uname. Let me confirm it once. So you can see here the ID for username is uname. For password it is pass, and for age it's age. So we'll write here dot value. The next thing we'll do is we'll create another variable for password. We'll write here again document dot get element by ID, and the ID is pass. We'll again write here dot value, and the third variable will be where age. It will hold the age of the user. So we'll again write here document dot get element by ID, and the ID for age is age. We'll again use the dot value property. Now we are done with the values. We have 3 variables holding all the values entered by the user. Next up, we'll use these values to validate the data entered by the user. Now the first condition we can have here is that we don't want the user to leave any of the text boxes empty, right? if we click on this submit button, you can see it says please fill out this field. Now we can do it with the help of HTML as well, but for now we are using JavaScript, so we'll remove these required keywords so that we can do it with JavaScript only. Save it and submit it. Now you can see it is redirecting us to the home page of our website. So it's working totally fine. Now what we'll do is we'll write a condition if the user leaves any of these fields empty. So we'll write here if uname is equals to blank, or pass is equals to blank. Okay, pass is equals to blank, or age is equals to blank. Now what will happen is it will give the user a pop-up with the message. Let's say the message is missing credentials. Fine. Save it. And if we leave any of these fields empty now, a pop-up will appear with the message missing credentials. So the first condition is done, but there's a loophole in this condition. So let's check it out first. We'll leave username and password empty. Submit it. You can see it says missing credentials, right? Now the next thing is if we write here, let's say a random name and password as well, but we are leaving this age text box empty. Submit it. It still says missing credentials because we haven't entered the age, and it's working totally fine. Now there's a loophole in this condition. The exciting part is it will work fine if the user enters more than one space in all the fields. Like if you are giving here spaces for more than once, and similarly for password as well, submit it. And you can see it says missing credentials because we haven't filled the age. So let's do one thing. We'll write some spaces for username and password, and for age we'll say the age is 4. Submit it, and you can see we have no error over here. Now to overcome this problem, we have a predefined JavaScript method that treats all the spaces the same. No matter the number of spaces, whether it be one or more than one, it will treat all the same. We have to include the trim method within the if-else statement. So what we'll do is we'll write here dot trim for username, and similarly for password as well, we'll write here trim, and for age as well, let's say dot trim, and save it. Now move back to our sign up form, and if we try to give more than one spaces here, and let's say the age is 4, submit it, you can see it says missing credentials for more than one spaces as well. So this is working totally fine. Now the following condition will be for validating the name. Let's say the required name is Kaushal or anything else. The required password is, let's say, 12345, and the age should be more than 13. Then only the user can enter the website. So for that we have to use the else if statement, and what we'll do is we'll write here else if, and inside this we'll give our conditions. So let's say the conditions are uname is equals to Kaushal, and pass is equals to 12345, and age should be greater than or is equals to 13. Then it will give the user a pop-up, and which states that we'll write here alert, we'll write here sign up successful. Fine. Save it. Now the user can enter the website with these credentials only, otherwise a pop-up will appear. So let's give the else condition as well. What we'll do is we'll write here else, and we'll use another alert. Inside this we'll write wrong ID and password. Fine. Now we have all the conditions here. Save it, and now we'll check for different inputs. So let's move back to our form, and what we'll do is we'll write the username is, let's say, Ravi, and the password is, let's say, any random numbers, and the age is, let's say, 6. Submit it, and you can see it says wrong ID and password. Now what we'll do is we'll give it the correct credentials. We'll write here Kaushal, and the password will be 12345, and the age is, let's say, 21. Fine. The age should be greater than or equals to 13. So submit it, and you can see it says sign up successful. Now we have different conditions over here. Like if we write here any random name, and if we write here any random password, now it will return wrong ID and password. But if we write here correct ID and password and correct username as well, let's say we are writing here Kaushal, and let's say the age will change to 11. Submit it, and you can see it still says wrong ID and password. We can add one more condition over here, like we'll write here else if age is less than 12, it will give an alert that you are underaged or some sort of that. So we'll write here else if age is less than 13, an alert which states underaged. Fine. Save it, and what we'll do is we'll move back to our form, and we'll write here Kaushal, password is 12345, and age is, let's say, 11. Submit it, and you can see it says underaged now. So it is working totally fine. Now one thing that seems a bit irritating as well is it redirects us to the home page every time, right? It doesn't matter if the credentials are correct or not, it redirects. To overcome this issue, we have to make some minor changes in the HTML file and include the return keyword in a if-else conditional statements. So let's go back to our HTML file, and what we'll do is we'll write here inside the form tag. Now we have on submit over here, so what we'll do is we'll write return before validate. So save it, and we'll move back to our JavaScript file. Now this return keyword will let the form perform any action only if the value returned by the function validate is true. Otherwise it will not allow the form tag to perform any action. The action here is redirecting the user to the home page, right? So let's do it here. We know that the function should return true only if all the credentials are valid. So we'll write here for all other conditions, we'll write return false. Fine. For this one we'll write return true, because this is the condition when all the credentials are correct, and for all other conditions we'll write return false. Similarly for else as well, we'll write here return false. Now save it, and we'll move back to a sign up form. Save the HTML file as well once, and what we'll do is we'll write here Kaushal, password is 123, and age is, let's say, 4. Submit it. You can see it says underaged. Click on OK, and now it is not redirecting us to the home page, right? Now if the credentials are correct, what we'll do is we'll write here the password as 12345, and the age is, let's say, 21. Submit it. Now you can see it says sign up successful. Click on OK, and you can see we are in the home page. It is working totally fine. So if all the credentials are valid, then it is redirecting us to the home page, exactly what we wanted. So these are the basics of validation in JavaScript. Obviously we can't validate a form with JavaScript in the real world because we don't have to deal with one user only. We need the backend to do all the validation and all. But simple validation can be done with the help of JavaScript. We did it just now. We have many things to do with validation in JavaScript, like adding some more conditions or using regular expressions to validate forms in JavaScript. Using regular expressions for validation in JavaScript is what we already saw in the previous videos. So we have gone through it already. I want you guys to show some creativity and do something new on this topic, and let us know what you have done in the comment box. Today we'll add another text box here wherein the user will enter the mobile number, and then we'll validate it in two different ways. So let's add another text box here. What we'll do is we'll write here input type is equals to number, and let's give it the ID as well. So let's say the ID is mobile, and the placeholder will say enter your mobile number. Fine, save it. So you can see we have another text box here. What we'll do is we'll add a break tag here. We'll write here BR. Save it now. So this is our form, and here we have username, password, age and mobile number. One thing to notice here is we can use the type as text as well, as we are using mobile number that consists of digits only, so we are using type as numbers here. So let's move on to the JavaScript file and we'll do the rest of the part there. So we'll take the user's input and store it inside a variable to compare it, right? So let's add another variable here. Here you can see we already have 3 variables for username, password and age. We'll add one more. So let's say the variable name is where mob is equals to, we'll use the document dot get element by id attribute. So we'll write here get element by id, and the id we used is mobile. So let's cross check it once. So here's the id mobile, and we'll take the value. We'll write here dot value. So this variable mob holds the user's mobile number and will make certain changes to this existing if-else statement. So the first thing we'll be doing is we'll check if the user is writing something inside the text box or not. So we'll add another condition here. We'll write here mob dot trim is equals to space. If the user leaves this box empty, so this will pop up in his screen and it will say missing credentials, right? Next up, we'll change this condition as well. We'll write here end. So let's say the mobile number is 098765432, some sort of this, and we'll write here mob is equals to 0 to 1. Now the last thing we are doing here is we'll be adding one more else if to check if user enters any other mobile number than this one. So like we did for age, similarly we'll do it for mobile number as well. So we'll write here else if mob not is equals to 098765432, then it will return wrong mobile number. And it will also return false. Save it. Now we have made 3 changes here. First one is we added the mob.trim so that the user won't leave this space empty. The next one is we checked if the number entered by the user matches the one we have in our system. And the last one is for the number entered by the user doesn't match, then it will return wrong mobile number. Fine. So we are done with it. You can check it here. We have a condition here. If the mobile number does not matches, it will return wrong mobile number. So let's do it here. We know the username is Kaushal, the password is 12345, and the age should be above 13, right? So let's say we are writing here 15. Now here we are in the mobile number. So let's add a random number here. What we'll do is we'll write this and submit it. You can see it says wrong mobile number. Fine. Now the next thing is we'll write here 098765432. Let's suppose this is the mobile number. Submit it and you can see it says sign up successful, and it will redirect us to the home page. Now this is working totally fine, and this is the traditional way of checking the phone number of a user, only if we already know what the user has to put in the text box to enter the website. Now the next thing we'll be doing is pretty simple as well, but for that method one should have a clear understanding of regular expressions in JavaScript. Now we'll use regex to validate the user's phone number, and if you haven't watched the previous videos on regular expressions yet, I suggest you to go through it before mobile number validation in JavaScript, and this task of validation will be so easy for you guys. So what we'll do is we'll move on to another HTML file. Let's create one here first. So we'll create another HTML file. Let's say the HTML file name is mobile.html, and here what we'll do is we'll create another text box. So let me connect it to another JavaScript file first, and we'll create another JavaScript file as well. Fine. So we'll write here mobile.js. So this is a JavaScript file, And the next thing we'll be doing is we'll write a heading here. So let's say we are writing mobile number validation in JavaScript. Fine, save it and open it with live server. So here is a new HTML file and this is the JavaScript file. So the next thing we'll be doing here is we'll create another text box, right? We'll create a single text box. So we'll write here input type is equals to text. We can either use numbers here as well, and then we'll use the ID attribute. So we have to do it later, but we are doing it right now. Placeholder as mobile number. Fine. Now we'll create a submit button as well. We'll write here input type is equals to button and value is equals to submit. What we'll do is we'll call a function on clicking this submit button. So we'll use the onClick event here as well. So we'll write here onClick and let's say the function name is val. Fine. Good to go. Save it. And here you can see we have a text box for mobile number and a submit button over here. So what we'll do next is we'll move on to the JavaScript file to create this val function. Now we'll create a function and that function will check if the number entered by the user is in the proper format or not. So let's create a function first. We'll go to a JavaScript file and we'll write here function val. So this is the name of our function and then we have the body as well. Now the next thing we'll be doing is we'll be writing a program here. So what we'll do is we'll first take a variable. Let's say the variable name is var mobile and this variable will hold the value entered by the user, right? So we'll write here document dot get element by ID. So here's a ID is I guess mobile. So let's check it once. So here you can see we have the ID as mobile. Now what we'll do is we'll write here dot value to get the value entered by the user. And now what we are doing is we are using regular expressions for this purpose, right? So we'll create another variable for the regular expression and we'll leave it empty for now because we'll change it later. First we'll write the whole program. So what we'll do is we'll again use the if else control statement. So the first condition will remain the same. We'll write here mobile dot trim to check if the user is leaving the place empty or not. And in this condition here we'll write alert and then inside alert we'll write please enter a mobile number. Fine. I hope you guys got it. So you can see here we are getting an error here in the if statement. That's because we haven't written something over here. So if we write something inside a regular expression, so the error will go. But for now we are not using any regular expression because I'll explain it to you after this. So leave it here only for now. The next condition will be writing here using the else if. So we'll write here else if and we'll use this regex variable with the test function to validate the user's mobile number. So we'll write here regex dot test and we'll pass this mobile number as a parameter to check, right, to compare between regex variable and the mobile variable. So we'll write here mobile. Fine. Now this else if will return something, so we'll use the alert method again. We'll write here mobile number submitted successfully. Now you might be thinking why we are doing so, because we know that this test function is used to compare the values, and if this test function will return true, then only a pop-up will appear with the message mobile number submitted successfully. I hope you guys already know about this test function. We have already discussed it a few sessions back when we came across regular expressions in JavaScript. So I think it might be easy for you guys. And at last we'll write here else for any other input. So we'll again use the alert method and we'll write here wrong mobile number. Fine. Here we have written everything inside this function, even the conditions as well. We have three cases over here. The first one is if the user leaves the field empty and tries to submit. The next one is for checking the number entered by the user, and the last one is for everything else. So we haven't written the regular expression yet because let's discuss it before writing. So guys, what we want is, we want a 10-digit mobile number, and the number should start from either 7, 8 or 9, because we know mobile numbers generally starts with these digits, either 7 or 8 or 9. Fine. Then it has 10 digits only. Now for checking the length of the mobile number, we could have used the mobile.length property, right? But the regular expression gives us a simple and easy method to do so. We discussed the shorthand character classes in regex a few sessions back, right? So now we want all the inputs to be digits only. So what we'll do is, we'll write here inside this regular expression \d. So this is a shorthand character class, and we'll use these curly braces and we'll write here 10 inside this. So this statement over here will check the length of the string, but we have to do some more things here. The next thing we need to do is the initial digit of a mobile number, that can be 7, 8 or 9. So for that, what we'll do is, we'll define a range for initial number, and we'll write here before this character class. What we'll do is, we'll define a range over here. So we'll use square brackets and we'll write here 7 to 9. Now this particular statement defines a range that consists of only 3 numbers, 7, 8 or 9. Now this regular expression is sort of complete, we can say. Now one thing we have to keep in mind, that we have to write here 9 now instead of 10. That's because we have already defined the first number, right? And we need 9 more digits apart from that particular digit. So let's check it out. Save it, and we'll write a mobile number here. So let's say the mobile number is this 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8, and what will happen is, it will return wrong mobile number. That's because the number here starts from 1 instead of 7, 8 or 9. So submit it, and you can see it says wrong mobile number. Now we'll try for another condition. We'll leave this field blank and submit it. You can see it says please enter a mobile number. So this is also working fine. Now the next thing we'll be doing is, we'll be starting the number from 9, and let's say the number is this. So this is a 10-digit mobile number. Submit it, and you can see it says mobile number submitted successfully. So this is also working fine. Now the only problem here is, if we write anything before this particular phone number, like if we write here before 9, if we, let's say we are writing here A, B, C, D, E, any character or alphabet as well, submit it, you can see it still says mobile number submitted successfully. Now it will not give any error because it finds the expression present in the string. Right, we have to mention the starting and the end points of a regular expression for this purpose. We have 2 meta characters. One denotes the start, that is the caret character, and the other one denotes the end of the string, that is the $sign. So we'll add both of them in our expression. What we'll do is, we'll write here caret. This will denote the start of the string, and here we'll write $. This will denote the end of the string. Save it. And now it will work fine. And one more thing guys, don't misunderstand this caret character with the one we use inside the brackets to exclude any particular string. Like if we remove this from here and if we insert this caret character inside this bracket, what will happen is, it will exclude this particular range. It will exclude 7, 8 or 9. We have already discussed the use of this caret character. Now if we write it here, it will denote the start of a string. So you will not get confused if the concept of meta characters and character sets are clear to you. So let's check the output. Save it, and we'll check for certain phone numbers now. We'll check for that particular condition only. We'll write here 9876543210. So this is a correct mobile number. If you submit it, it will say mobile number submitted successfully. But now if you write here something before this 9876, now if we write here any characters or alphabets and submit it, you can see it says wrong mobile number, because we have used the caret character and we want at the start of the string either 7, 8 or 9. Now similar thing will happen at the end as well. If you write here anything and submit it, you can see it says wrong mobile number because we have added $sign as well. Fine. remove it. And if you are adding any numbers here as well, save it, and you can see it still says wrong mobile number because the length is more than 10 and the end will be denoted after 9 digits. So these are the 9 digits and this is the end of the string according to a regular expression. So these are the ways how we can validate a user's phone number in JavaScript. We already know a lot about validation by now. We came across validation several times. So let's move on to the programming part directly, and we'll create a text box here to take the user's input. So what we'll do is we'll create a text box. We'll write here input type is equals to email, ID here as let's say mail. Fine. The next thing will be a placeholder, and the placeholder will say enter email ID here. Fine. We'll close this input tag, and the next thing we'll be doing is we'll be creating a submit button. We'll write here type is equals to button, value will be submit, and we'll use the on click event. So we'll write here on click. So we'll call a function on clicking this button. We'll write here validate. We'll create this validate function in a JavaScript file. Now save this piece of code, and you can see we have a text box and submit button here. Now if you write here something, you can see nothing is happening over here. Now the next task we have to do is the one we already know. We'll move on to the JavaScript file. We'll create a function there and use the if-else control statements to check if the email ID entered by the user is in accordance with the pattern or not. Quite a simple task because we have been doing it for quite some time, right? So let's do it quickly. What we'll do is we'll move to a JavaScript file. I forgot to create one here, so let me create one, and the name will be email.js. So this is a JavaScript file. We'll create a function here. So we'll write here function validate. The next thing is the body of this function. So we'll write here everything other than the regular expression because the rest will remain the same as mobile number validation. So we'll write here, we'll create a variable here. We'll write here where email is equals to, we'll write here document.getElement by ID, and the ID is mail. Now we'll use the dot value attribute. The next thing is we'll again take a variable for regular expression and we'll leave it for now. We'll move on to the next part. What we'll do here is we'll use the if-else control statement again. So the first condition will remain the same. We'll write here if email.trim is equals to null. Then what it will do is it will give a pop-up. So we'll use the alert keyword, and inside this we'll write please enter a valid email ID. Fine. The next thing we'll do is we'll use the test function in regular expressions. So we'll write here else if regex.test, and we'll pass this email variable as a parameter. Here it will check if the input given by the user matches the pattern of the regular expression. We'll check for it. So we'll write here alert, and inside this we'll write email submitted successfully. Fine. And at the last we'll use the else statement, and we'll write here alert wrong email ID. Fine. Save it. Now we are almost done with everything apart from the regular expression. We didn't define the regex until now because we'll discuss it first. Because you know guys, using a regular expression for email validation is slightly different from other things. Like we have several parts for a regular expression. Let's discuss it first. So let's take an email ID first. So let me write here. Let's say we have an email ID as kaushal@simplilearn.com. Fine. We can't write here two dots. So this is what a primary email ID looks like. An email ID consists of 4 parts. The first part is the name. That can be anything. It can have alphabets, digits, or sometimes dot and underscore as well. So we can have the name as, like if we write here, let's say Kaushal11, or if we write here Kaushal.11, or we can say, we can write here Kaushal_011. Right, so these names are allowed in an email ID. The next part is the @ symbol. It's mandatory to add the symbol in each email ID, as you know. So the third part is the domain name. That can be the name of any particular organization. Like here, Simplilearn is the domain name, or it can be Gmail or Yahoo or Hotmail or any of these. So that depends on the user where they have their email ID. Now the last part is the extension, which comes after a dot. So after this dot, we have an extension over here. This com is an extension. Fine. An extension can be .com, it can be .in or .net, or it can be .co.in. So now that we have an idea about how an email ID looks like, the next thing we'll be doing is working here on the regular expression to create a particular format of this type. Right. So we have 4 parts, but we have to compulsorily add an @ symbol and a dot before the extension. So what we'll do is we'll take 3 pairs of parentheses or round brackets, we can say, for defining the rest 3 parts. So what we'll do is we'll write here. So we need 3 parentheses, right? Now we have to mention @ and dot compulsorily here. Fine. The rest we'll define, but we have to add these 2 symbols compulsorily in each email ID. The caret and the dollar signs are meta characters used to define the regular expressions starting and the end points, right? So I hope you guys are clear with regular expressions till now, as this is the last video on this topic. And still, if you have any doubts about regex, feel free to comment your doubts and we'll get back to you. So let's define the first part here. The first part is the name consisting of alphabets, digits, or some specific symbols like dot and underscore, right? We'll define a range here. So we'll use square brackets to define the range. So what we'll do is we'll write here A to Z or A to Z or 0 to 9. Fine. Here we have defined 3 ranges: a range for small letter alphabets, capital letter alphabets, and a range of numbers from 0 to 9. Now we could have used the global modifier at the end of this regular expression instead of defining a range of capital letter alphabets. We have already discussed the concept of modifiers a few sessions back. Now the next thing is to add specific symbols like dot and underscore. We can't write them simply because if we write here dot or underscore, the meaning will change and it will return true for any character in place of dot. The concept of meta characters, remember? So we have to put a backslash before writing the symbols. What we'll do is we'll put a backslash over here. Now we have added the special symbols as well. The next part is the length of this name. Now it can be either 10 or maybe 20, or we can say in some cases, let's suppose it can go more than 20. Now what we can do is we can either define the length inside curly braces like this. We can write here 2, 20. So this is the range for length, but we can't do it here because we are keeping this thing in mind that the username might go above 20 characters. So what we'll do is we'll use the plus operator. The plus operator will let the user enter the name as long as they want. Instead of using these curly braces over here, what we'll do is we'll use the plus operator here. Fine. Now the next part is for the domain name. After this @ symbol over here, what we'll do is we'll write the domain name. That has to be there in each email ID, right? The domain name can be the name of any organization, as we have already discussed. We don't need digits in the domain name, right? So what we'll do is we'll simply write here A to Z and A to Z. So we have defined 2 ranges for domain name, one for the small letters and the other one is for the capital letter alphabets. Fine, we did it almost the same as name. Now again the domain name can be of any length, so we have to use the plus operator here. What we'll do is we'll first put them inside square brackets, I forgot to mention them here, and then we'll use the plus operator. Now the regular expression looks a bit complicated, right? But we don't have to worry about it because these all are easy things, just a little bit lengthy we can say. So the next thing we'll be doing here is we'll be going through the last part of a email ID. After this dot symbol, what we have to do is we have to define another range for the extension. Right, the extension can be any alphabet with a length not more than 6 to 7, right? So what we'll do is we'll write here A to Z only consists of small letters, or we can include capital letters as well. So what we'll do is we'll write here A to Z as well. Now the next thing we'll do is we'll define the length of this extension. So we don't need the plus operator here because the length of any extension can't be more than 4, 5 or 6 maybe, right? So what we'll do is we'll define a range of length. We'll write here 2 and 6. So 2 is the minimum length of extension and 6 is the maximum length. Now save it and let's check the output. So we'll check for several email IDs now. What we'll do is we'll write here abc@gmail.com. Fine. Submit it. You can see it says email submitted successfully. Let me zoom it out a bit. The next thing we'll do here is we'll write here abc_11@gmail.com. So one thing we have forgotten here is to include the caret character and the dollar character. So we have to specify the starting and the end point here. So what we did is we have included the caret character and the dollar sign here. Now we'll write here abc_11@gmail.com. Submit it and you can see it says email submitted successfully. So this is a valid email ID. Now the next thing we'll be doing here is we'll be using any random symbol. So let's say we are using here abc*@gmail.com. Submit it and you can see it says a wrong email ID. Now the next thing we'll be doing here is we'll write any number here, let's say, and we'll write here Kaushal112.3. Fine. So this will return wrong email ID because we have included numbers in domain name and we haven't defined any range of numbers for the domain name. Submit it and you can see it says wrong email ID. Now remove these numbers from here and submit it. You can see it says email submitted successfully. So this is working totally fine. Now the last thing is, what if we have an email like kaushal112.3@gmail.co.in. Submit it and you can see it says wrong email ID. In this case, we have to define another range in the regular expression that can be optional. So we have the question mark symbol that acts as an optional character. It means that any range or anything written before this meta character will be optional. So we'll use this symbol and we'll write here before this dollar sign. We'll again use parenthesis and we'll write here dot A to Z and then we'll define the range as 2,6 and we'll use the question mark sign here, or we can say this optional meta character here. Save it and now what if we write here kaushal@gmail.co.in. Now submit it and you can see it says email submitted successfully, and this is totally optional. If we write here kaushal@gmail.com, submit it and you can see it still works fine. So this is how we can validate a user's email ID in JavaScript. We can do a lot more stuff in this. I want you guys to do it. We have been using the console for a long time now. We have seen how we can use it to print the output of a program in the console. That's quite simple. Now, debugging refers to finding and fixing errors in a program. Now, to remove those errors, we need to identify them and analyze the solution for them as well. So in this video, we will see how to identify an error in a program with Chrome Developer Tools. And what we'll do today is we'll create a simple HTML program and we'll try to understand the concept of debugging in JavaScript with the help of that program. So let's do something here. Now we'll create two text boxes over here. So what we'll do is we'll take the user's input to add two values entered by the user in those text boxes. So what we'll do is we'll write here input type is equals to number because we want to perform addition of two numbers. And then we'll write here id as, let's say the id for number 1 is n1, and then we'll write here placeholder right here, let's say number 1. Fine. Now we'll do the same for second number as well. We'll write here number id is equals to n2, placeholder is equals to number 2. Fine. The last thing we have to do is we have to insert a submit button. So we'll write here input type is equals to button, and we'll write the value as submit, and we'll use an event over here. So we'll write here on double click, we'll call the function add on clicking. Fine. Now save it, and you can see we have two text boxes over here and a submit button. Fine. We tried a new on click event here. Instead of using the regular on click event, we have used the double click event. Now the functioning will remain the same. The only change is that we have to double click on the submit button to call the add function. Now we are done with the HTML part. The next task is to create a function that can perform addition over the values entered by the user. So let's move on to the JavaScript file and we'll create a function here. So we'll write here function. The function name is add, and then we have the body of this function. We'll take three variables. We'll write here var number 1. We'll use the document dot get element by id, and the id for number 1 is n1. We'll write here dot value. Fine. We'll do the same for number 2 as well. So we'll copy it from here and we'll paste it here. Instead of number 1, we'll write here number 2, and the id will be number 2, and then we'll take another variable where number 3 that will hold the value after addition. So we'll write here number 1 plus number 2. Fine. Let's give some space between them. And the last thing we'll be doing here is we'll be using the alert keyword, and we'll be printing the output on a browser. So we'll write here the sum is plus number 3. Fine. Now save it, and here we have created a simple function to add two numbers. The value of the first number will be stored inside variable number 1, and the second value will be held inside variable number 2. For instance, if the user enters 10 in box 1 and 20 in box 2, the expected output will be 30, right? Let's check it out. So save it again, and we'll write here 10 in box 1 and 20 in box 2, and we'll double click on the submit button, and here you can see the output is different from what we have expected. The output is 1020 instead of 30. Now what's happening here is the system is taking the numbers as strings, and then the plus operator is used to append those values. So the solution is simple. What we have to do is we have to use the parseInt method, and it will take care of the rest. We have already discussed this parseInt method in the previous sessions, right? So we'll write here before this document dot get element by id, we'll write here parseInt, and we'll keep this inside brackets. Fine. We'll do the same for number 2 as well. We'll write here parseInt, and we are good to go. Save it now, and we'll write here 10 and 20 again. We'll write 10 inside the first box and 20 inside the second one, and double click on this submit button, and you can see the output is 30 now. It says the sum is 30. Now we have used the alert keyword here to print the output, but we could have used the console.log to print the same, right? So let me just take you through the developer tools first, and then we'll discuss about it. So we'll maximize this Chrome. We'll go to the Chrome browser, and we will press F12 here. So on clicking the F12 key from our keyboard, we have this over here. So we have the elements tab. The elements tab consists of the structure of the document. If you hover on anything over the elements page, you will see that we are getting the output of what that particular statement did on the web page. You can see if we hover on the body tag, we are getting the whole area occupied by the body tag inside the web page. Now the next part is the console. We already know what the console can do for us. We know that we can print the output over a console and perform some temporary logic building here. The benefit of using a console is that it can get you all the errors that the VS Code can't. For example, if we move back to our VS Code, and let's say when we were writing our program, we made a small typing mistake and we wrote here var b instead of where. You can see VS Code will let us know that there's something wrong in this statement. There's a red line over here. So we have to fix this problem, and the console will also let us know about it. But there are some errors which the VS Code can't detect. What we'll do is we'll comment these two lines for now. So we'll correct it first and then we'll comment these two lines. Fine. What we'll do is we'll write here console.log, and inside this we'll write here the sum is, and we'll write here number 1 plus number 2. Fine. Now this is also the same thing we just did. Instead of using the alert box to print the output, we have used the console for it. So let's check the outcome first. We'll save it first and then we'll open the console here. So here you can see on writing the numbers inside these text boxes, and on double clicking this submit button, you can see we have the output as 1020. Now one thing we have to keep in mind is we have to write here parse int. So we'll write here parse int again and we'll put these two numbers inside brackets. Save it now and we'll go back to our Chrome browser. We'll write here 10 and 20 again. Now double click on this submit button and you can see it says sum is 30. It's working totally fine. Now imagine a situation where we forgot to put the plus sign here, right? What I'm saying is, imagine a scenario. So let me just do one thing. Let me put this console here, and what we'll do is, let's say we forgot to put this plus sign over here. Fine. The VS Code is not giving us any hint about the mistake we just made. We have no idea about it, and we came to know about it during execution. Save it and write here 10 and 20. Fine. Now we are expecting the output as 30, but we don't have any idea about the mistake. Double click on the submit button and you can see we have an error message over here in the console. So the console helps us in finding those hidden errors in our program. You can see we have the information about the mistake we made in the console here. So we have the exact location of the error. The error is present on line 5 of this file. So here's the error. It will let us know everything about the error. Now another way to find the error in a program is by going through the sources tab. So what we'll do is we'll move this console to the side again and we'll go to the sources tab, and you will notice that this particular line is highlighted in red color. We can change it here, but the change will not be visible in our main JavaScript file. So we have to change it there in our main JavaScript file. Let's correct the error over there. What we'll do is we'll zoom this VS Code as well. So we'll put the plus sign here again. Now save it and we are good to go. Now the sources tab is used to find the errors, as well as we can go through the execution of the program step by step. Now we have the navigator here on the left hand side. So this is the navigation part, and on the right hand side we have the debugger. Here you can see we have so many options over here. We have certain breakpoints. We have breakpoints, we have scope, call stack, DOM breakpoints, global listeners, event listener breakpoints. So breakpoint refers to the point or place where we intentionally stop the program so that we can review the further execution process. For example, we have an event listener in our program, right? The on double click event. What we can do is we can stop the execution process when the system reaches there. Now what we have to do is we have to go to the event listener breakpoints and we have to select the mouse option over here. Now inside this mouse option we have certain events, right? You can see we have click, double click, mouse down, mouse up, and we'll click on this double click event. Now write any numbers over here inside the text boxes. So let's say we are writing here 20 and 30. double click on this submit button, and you can see the screen turned gray. Now this code looks a little bit long because we are using the live server. So let me just pause the live server and then I'll come back to you guys. Now we'll open this page, and inside here what we'll do is we'll choose the mouse option. We'll choose the double click option inside mouse. So here's the mouse, and we'll choose the double click option. So we are doing the same thing. Let me just increase the size a bit. Now we'll write here 20 and 30 inside number 2. Double click on the submit button, and you can see the rest of the browser screen turning gray, and the execution is stopped at this particular line because we have a double click event over here. Now what we can do is we can go further step by step in our program. We have 4 options over here. You can see we have 1, 2, 3 and 4 options. Now the first option is the resume script execution. The resume script execution will execute the entire script and give us the output. The next option is the step over next function call, and it will take us to the next function call present in the program. Then we have the step into the next function call, and it will do the same as the step over next function call. And then we have step out of the current function. It will take us back to the initial function from wherever we are. Now the last option is the step option, and it takes us a step forward in the program. Fine. Now click on this step function again and again. So when you click it once, you can see we are in the next part. So this is the next line which will be executed in the program. Click on the step again, and you can see we are going for the step by step, right? And then you can see the JavaScript file is executed, and it will move back to this double click event, and the final step, it will print the output on the console. So if we go here on the console, you can see we have the output is 50. Fine. So this is how we can review our program step by step. And one more thing is it will show us the error as well. Now let's try to create an error in our program. What we'll do is we'll move to a JavaScript file and we'll remove this I from here. Fine. So save it now and move back to Chrome, and what we'll do is we'll refresh this file and we'll write here 2 numbers. We'll write here 20 and 30. Double click on the submit button. You can see the program is stopped at this particular breakpoint. Now click on the step button, and you can see we are going for the step by step. The moment it will execute this line, it will give us an error, and you can see the moment it executed this particular line, the line turned red. Fine. If we go to our console, you can see here we have the error over here. It says parseInt is not defined, or parseInt is not defined. So this is a reference error, and this is how the Chrome developer tools help us in finding those errors and fixing them. Now a big question here is why we are using the developer tools. The program is small and we can find the error by ourselves. So guys, this was just an example to illustrate how we can find those minor hidden errors in a program. The scenario can be different at times. Suppose we have a program that has over 1000 lines of code, and in that case we simply can't go through each line to find that particular error. We need something with which we can see the error quickly and more efficiently. So that's where the developer tools come into picture and help us. Almost all the browsers these days support developer tools. So there's no such problem that you can't use the developer tool with any particular browser. So try it in the browser you are using and let us know about your experience in the comment box. Let's create an array here. So we know that an array is basically a single variable used to store multiple elements, right? So let's create one array here. We'll move to a JavaScript file and we'll create an array over here. So we'll write here where arr is equals to. So this is the syntax for array. Let's add some elements as well. We'll write here BMW. Then we'll write here, let's say Audi. Then we have Mercedes. And then finally, let's say we have a company named Honda. Fine. So this is a simple array with 4 elements. They all are car manufacturers. So let's print this array on the console. We are doing some basic tasks as of now. So we'll write here console.log and we'll print this array in a console. let's also print the length of this array. So we'll write here console.log and we'll write here arr.length. Fine. We know that arr.length is the array property and it is used to determine the length of a particular array, right? So let's save this program. We'll open a console inside a browser. So here you can see we have array, and this is a array. We have 4 array elements: BMW, Audi, Mercedes and Honda, present at index 0, 1, 2 and 3 respectively, right? And then we have the length of the array as well, which is 4. So 4 is the length of the array. Now this was the primary task. We haven't done anything extra yet. So let's talk about iterators in JavaScript now. Iterator itself defines the meaning of the term. It means to traverse something. Till now we have been using the traditional method, or we can say we are using the for loop for traversing any array, right? The syntax was easy. What we have to do is we have to write here, let's traverse this array once. We'll write here for, we'll write here let I is equals to 0. I is a variable which will be used to traverse this array. And then we have the condition if I is less than array.length. And then what we'll do, we'll increment the value of I by 1, right? So this is a for loop. Inside this we'll write here console.log and we'll print arr of I. Fine. So we are done with it. Let me just comment these 2 statements. We are good to go. Now the variable I will go through each element present in the array and print them in sequence until it reaches the end of the array. So let's check the output, save it, and here you can see we have all the elements of our array present in the console. So we have BMW, Audi, Mercedes and Honda. We have all the elements here. Now let me tell you guys an alternative to this existing for loop. The alternative is for of loop in JavaScript. The syntax is so simple that we have to write only few words and we are good to go. So let's go through the syntax of for of loop. What we'll do is we'll write here for, we have a variable I of array. So arr is a array name, and then we have the body of this for of loop. Now what we'll do inside here is we'll write here console.log and we'll write I only. So we are good to go. Let me comment this for loop as well, or it might create a confusion for you guys. So we are good to go. Save it now and you can see the output remains same. We have BMW, Audi, Mercedes and Honda. Now this variable I over here will traverse through the array and print all the values in the console. Now you guys might be wondering why we are discussing this concept of for of loop in JavaScript, as the syntax of for loop is also pretty straightforward, right? But there is a problem with the for loop that if we try to nest a loop inside any loop, the complexity grows. Also, the chances of any error increases if we have several variables inside the loop. Now that's why I told you this alternative to for loops in JavaScript. So let's move ahead and we'll move on to iterators in JavaScript now. Now an iterator is an object that uses a method to return an object with 2 properties. The 2 properties are value and done. We'll discuss these 2 properties later on in this video. Now talking about traversing an array, we can do it with for loop or the for of loop we can say. But you know guys, we can do the same thing with iterators in JavaScript. We can traverse each element present in the array one by one. We are not going to traverse all the elements present in the array at once. We are going to do it one by one. We'll traverse a single element, then we'll print it, and then we'll move on further. Now the concept of iterators is a little bit tricky, but you'll get it if you go through it keenly. What we have to do is we have to create a function first. So let's create a function. We'll comment all this piece of code, and here is our array. We'll be working on this array only. Now let's create a function over here. We'll create a function, let's say cars, and then we have the body of this function. Now this function cars over here will have arrays passed to it as parameters. Let's create a variable that will traverse the array just like we had the variable I in for loop. So let's create a similar variable here. What we'll do is we'll write here let index is equals to 0. So this is a variable. This index variable will go through each element present in the array, and this cars function will return an object. By the definition of iterators, we know that an iterator is an object that returns an object with two properties, right? So what we'll do here is we'll return an object. What we'll do is we'll write here return, and we'll use curly braces over here. Now this function cars will return an object, and this object will use a function next that will return the two properties we are discussing about. It might sound a bit tricky, but let's do it here and you'll understand it much better. What we'll do is we'll write here inside this next. So this next will be a function, and then we have the body of this function. Now next is a function here which will be called to print the current element's value, and it will take the index variable to the next array element. It will return the properties as well. The two properties are value and done. Now the traversing of the array starts here actually. What we want is we want the index variable to traverse the array until it reaches the end. So we'll use the if else statement to do this task. We have the array length property. Now we'll write here if index is less than values dot length. What will print over here? We'll write here value is equals to values, and we'll make an increment in the value of index. We'll write here index plus plus, then we'll use comma, and we'll write here done, and the value of done will be false. Fine. Now the if condition will be checked, and this object will return the value and done properties. We can write here anything other than done as well. The program will work totally fine. It's not that we have to follow specific rules in iterators. We can also write here end or reached end in the place of done. That's up to you guys. So let's include the else part as well. We'll write here else, and then we'll write here return, and we'll write here done as true. This error over here is because we haven't included anything here, so we have to write here return. Fine. Now the error is gone, you can see. Now the value of done is true means that the variable index has reached the end of the array and there are no more elements present in the array. So save this program and let's check the output. Now you can see we have no error over here. What we have to do is we have to create a variable to use this object or iterator, we can say. What we'll do is we'll move over here and we'll create a variable here. So we'll write here var new cars is equals to cars, and we'll pass array to this variable. Fine. Now we have been using this for quite a long time. We already have enough knowledge about objects in JavaScript. So what we'll do next is we'll write here new cars and we'll write here dot next. We'll call the next function. So this new cars variable will pass our array to the function cars in the form of a parameter. The next thing is we are calling the next function along with this new car variable. So let's check the output quickly. Save it, and you can see we have an error over here, right? So you can see it says index is not defined. Okay, we have made some, you can see here we have right here INDE. We have forgot to put an X over here. So save it now, and you can see here we have an object with the value as BMW and the done is marked as false here. It is an object with two properties we discussed earlier. You can see it has two properties, done and value, right? Done is false and value is BMW. Now the benefit of using iterators is if we execute this statement again, the output will be the value present in the following index of the array. So what if we write here console.log again? We'll copy this line over here and we'll paste it again. Save it now, and you can see we have another value as odd and the value of done is still false. So the good thing is it prints all the elements if we try executing the same statement again and again until it reaches the end of the array. So let's try it. What we'll do is we'll write here console.log 4 times, or we can say let's do it 5 times. Save it, and you can see here it says true at last, right? We have all the values. We have BMW first, followed by Audi, Mercedes and Honda, and at the last it says the value of done is true now. It means that the variable index has reached the end of the array. The value of done is true means it has reached the end of the array. Of course, we can access the values as well. What we have to do is we have to write here dot value after this. So if we write here dot value and save it, you can see we have BMW only. Let's do the same for all. We'll write here dot value again and save it now. You can see it says BMW, Audi, Mercedes, Honda and then undefined. It means that the array ends at Honda. There's no element present in the array after Honda. So we have all the values present in the array in a sequence. It is working totally fine. Now let me tell you guys the practical use of iterators in JavaScript. There's no practical use of this topic, but you may find it helpful from an interview point of view. You may get questions from such topics because these topics are pretty tricky and time consuming as well. So this is an excellent topic though. If you want to access the elements of an array or maps in a sequence, then you can use iterators for such tasks. We used iterators previously, and we know that an iterator is an object that uses a method to return an object with two properties, value and done, right? Now the code was easy, so let's go through it once quickly and then we'll move on to generators. So guys, here's the code for iterators in JavaScript. You can see we have created an object that was giving us two properties, and every time the next function will be called, the next element of the array will be printed until the value of done is false. Now once the done is changed to true, this means that this is the end of the array and there are no more elements present in that same array. Now this was easy, but the method was a little lengthy and we have to be more careful while writing the code for iterators. This code was more prone to errors as well, and we had to loop so many things inside a single function. Quite a tricky task, right? Now guys, what if I tell you that we can do such tasks so easily in JavaScript without giving so much effort and just by writing few lines of code? Yes, we can do it with generators in JavaScript. A generator function allows us to define an iterative algorithm by writing a single non-continuous function. The syntax is also not tricky. All we have to do is to create a function with a asterisk sign and we are good to go. So let's go through the syntax and you'll understand it much better. So we'll move to a JavaScript file and we'll write here function asterisk. Let's say the function name is generate. Fine. And then we have the body of this function. Now this asterisk over here tells the system that this is not a regular function. This is a generator function that has some specific task to do. That is to generate the value on the go. Now inside here of this function, we have to write that part which we want to access. Like if we write here, let's say we are writing here let I is equals to 0. So let's say I is the variable that we'll be using for traversing purpose. And then we'll write here yield BMW. We'll copy this statement and we'll paste it 4 times, let's say, and we'll change the values. So first we have BMW, then we have Audi, third we have Mercedes, and fourth we have, let's say, Honda. Fine. So let's assume that these are the array elements. It means that these are the elements present inside an array. Let's assume it only. Now the yield keyword is used to stop the generator function and it returns the value following it. Think of it as a return that is generator based. It returns the value to the user upon calling the generator function. So let's call it first, and the calling part will remain the same. We'll use a variable to call the generate function and then call the next function in the console. So what we'll do is we'll write here let's say gen is a variable and we'll write here generate. So we'll call this function here and we'll write here console.log. Inside this we'll write gen.next. Fine. Now save it and go to the console. So here's the console, and you can see we have an object as output. Click on this object and you can see we have done as false and value as BMW. Now the good thing with generators is that we don't have to specify this next method anywhere in the code. It has the next method predefined that makes the task sort of easy for us, right? Now if we write this statement here again and save it, so what we'll be doing is we'll be copying this particular statement and we'll paste it here, save it, and here you can see we have the value as odd and done is still false. Now we have odd here with done as false because this is not the last element present, right? It will return done as false until the values are printed. Once it reaches the end, done will change to true and the value will be undefined. Easy task, right? We have been through it already. Copy it and we'll paste it several times now. Save it, and here you can see we have value as BMW for first gen.next, then we have Audi, Mercedes, Honda, and finally we have the value as undefined and done is true. It means that Honda was the last element present in the array. Now the next thing is to use it with a loop. If you want to do this task with a loop, we can do it. What we have to do is we have to write here inside this function, we have to create an array over here. So we'll remove these elements and we'll write here where AR is equals to, so let's say this is our array. We'll write here BMW, Audi, fine. This is our array. Now what we'll do is we'll take a loop. Let's say we are using while loop. We'll write here while I is less than ar.length. So this is an array property, and inside this we'll write yield. Yield keyword we have already discussed, and we'll yield ar of I. Fine. And then we'll increment the value of I by 1. We are good to go. So what we'll do is we'll remove this piece of code. Now save it, and you can see we have the first value as BMW and done is false. Now use console.log again here for the second element, which is Audi, and then we'll use it again for Mercedes, and finally if we paste it here again, you can see we have Honda over here, right? So Honda is the last element present in the array. If we do it once again, press enter, save it, and you can see the value is changed to undefined and done is true now. Now we can also write here gen.next.value. So if we write here dot value, the output will be BMW only, of course the value only. So we can do it for each console.log. Save it now, and you can see we have the values here: BMW, Audi, Mercedes, Honda, and undefined. Now we did the same thing with iterators as well. So we concluded that the concept of generators is easy and more reliable than the concept of iterators in JavaScript. Both can do the same task, but generators can do it more easily, right? An object in JavaScript is what we have been doing for a long time now. We'll not go deep into that topic, but let's create an object here with some properties just to brush up some things. So the syntax was simple. What we have to do is we have to write here where, let's say my object name is my car. We'll write here new object, and then we have the body of this object. Now we'll add some properties to this object. We'll write here my car dot manufacturer is equals to, let's say, Ford. Fine. And then we'll write here my car dot name is equals to, let's say, Raptor. Fine. And then we have my car dot color. So let's say the car color is black. Fine. So this is our object. Now we have created an object here named myCar, and we have 3 car properties: car, manufacturer, name and color. So we can access the whole object. Now to access the whole object, what we have to do is we have to write here console.log, and we'll write here the object name. Fine. So this is our object. Save it and go to console. So here you can see we have an object over here. Now on clicking this object, you can see we have all the properties of our object. We have color as black, manufacturer as Ford, and name as Raptor. Quite an easy and helpful task, right? We can also access particular properties. For example, let's say we want to know the car's color and nothing else. So we have to do a simple task for that. We have to write here mycar.color. Fine. Save it, and you can see we have the value as black on our console. And apart from this, we can also add properties to an existing object from the outside. We have already done it. Now what we'll do here is we'll write here mycar dot, let's say, make. So this is the manufacturing year, let's say. So let's say 2012 is the manufacturing year of my car, and we'll remove this color property from here and we'll print the whole object on our console. Save it, and you can see we have an object with color, make, manufacturer and name. We have all the properties. In fact, the make property is also added to the object's properties. Now the question here is, why are we discussing objects before maps? There's a specific reason for this, guys, because maps in JavaScript are similar to objects, and one can use objects in place of maps or maps in place of objects, we can say. But still there are some differences between objects and maps. Although both of them use key value pairs and give us the required output, but there are still some minor differences between them. So let's understand the difference between them with a simple example. What we'll do is we'll create an empty object. So here's our object. What we'll do is we'll remove all the properties of this object. So this is an empty object. Now what we'll do is we'll create an empty map as well. Right. So the syntax for maps is quite similar to that of objects. We'll write here where my car is equals to new map, and then we have the body of this map. Fine. And we'll write here console.log my car. Fine. Now we have two different objects here. One is a simple object and the other one is a map object. There's a slight change in the object name you can see over here. The map object here is with 2R. So let's check the output on the console. Now save it. You can see here the difference between a regular object and a map object. Click on this empty object. You can see the prototype is object and the prototype for map object is a map. Fine. Now let's move on to VS Code again and we'll go through maps now. So this is a minor difference between maps and objects. So let's discuss maps now. What we'll do is we'll add key value pairs to our map now. So like objects, we have several methods for maps as well. Values can be added to a map with the help of set method. Now the syntax is simple. We'll see it. So what we'll do is we'll write here mycar.set. So set here is a method, and inside this bracket we will provide a key and a value. Now let's say we are writing here 1, BMW. We'll add another property. We'll write here mycar.set. We'll write here 2, and let's say we'll write here Audi. Fine. And then we'll write here mycar again dot set 3, Mercedes. Fine. Now the set method has keys and values for each map property. Unlike objects where we can assign only string and specific symbol as property name, we can use anything here in maps for doing the same task. A key can be a number, a key can be an object, function, or in fact anything. It can be a string as well. So that's the benefit of using maps in JavaScript. This is also a difference between objects and maps. Now that we have added values to our maps, so let's check the output now. Save it, and you can see here we have 3 entries on our map. Keys and values for each entry separated by an arrow. You can see 1 is the key, BMW is the value, 2 is the key, Audi is the value, separated by arrows. Fine. We can access any of these entries with the help of the get method. Just like the set method, we have another method in maps. We'll write here mycar.get and we'll pass the key here. So let's say we are passing here 3. 3 is the key for Mercedes. Save it, and here you can see we have the value as Mercedes over here on our console. This get method will give us the value present at key 3. We can get any value here just by passing the key number to this get method. We can also determine the size of this map. Now to determine the size of this map, we have another method here. So what we have to do is we have to write here mycar.size. So this will determine the size of our map. Save it, and here you can see the size is 3. Fine. So as I mentioned previously that a key can be a number, a string, a function, or in fact an object. So let's try to use them as keys and see if it works or not. So this is our map. What we'll do is we'll remove these 3 properties from here and we'll print this map only. Fine. Now inside here we'll write mycar.set. So let's say the key is string for value 1. So we'll write here my car name is, and then we'll pass the value here. We'll write here BMW. Fine. So we have a string as key now. Next up, we'll write here my car.set. We'll pass an object as a key, and the value is, let's say, Honda. Fine. Lastly, we'll pass a function as a key. We'll write here mycar.set and we'll pass a function over here. And the value is, let's say, Mercedes. Fine. Of course, we can define these functions or objects somewhere in the program. But for now, we'll keep it simple so that you guys can have an idea of what we are trying to do here. So save it. And you can see here there's no error or any sort of problem in the console. It's working fine. We can access any particular value by passing the key to the get method. You can see here we have my car name is BMW present at 0, and then we have an object at 1 and a function at 2. So we can pass any function or object as a key as well. Now we simply cannot pass this curly braces to the get function to get the value, or even the function we cannot pass, so it will return undefined. To get a particular output, what we have to do is we have to use variables first. We have to define these functions and objects using variables, and then we can use those variables. So that's a different task. So what we'll do here is we'll write here mycar.get and we'll pass object here. Save it, and here you can see the output is undefined. Now this isn't what we were looking for, right? So the solution is simple. What we have to do is we have to write here let obj is equals to an object and let func is equals to a function. Fine. Now we can use these variables. So instead of writing here curly braces, what we'll do is we'll write here obj, and instead of using the whole function here, we'll write here func. Fine. Now the next thing we'll do here is we'll write here the variable name. So we'll write here func, save it, and here you can see we have the value as Mercedes present for function here, right? We can also do the same for object as well. If we write here obj and save it, you can see we have the output as Honda. What we did here was an easy task. We just used separate values for the object and function and then used the variables as keys. Now the next thing is maps can be used with arrays as well. All we have to do is to define an array with key value pairs and pass the array to map as a parameter, and the rest is the same. So let's do it as well. What we'll do is we'll remove this, we'll remove this as well. Fine. We'll write here where my ARR is equals to, we'll write an array over here, we'll write here 1 comma BMW, then we'll write here 2 comma Audi, and finally we have 3 comma Honda, let's say. So this is our array, this is our key value pairs. 1 is the key, BMW is the value, 2 is the key, Audi is the value. Now what we have to do is we have to pass this array to the map. Fine, we'll cut this from here and we'll paste it over here. Now this is our map, where my car is our map. Now we have to pass this array here. We'll write here my ARR. Fine, we can remove these curly braces. Now if we write here mycar.get, or let's say if we write here console.log mycar, fine, save it, and you can see we have a map with keys and values. We have the same map over here, but this time we have used arrays, and we can access any particular element as well. We'll write here .get and we'll pass the key here. Let's say we are passing 2, save it, and here you can see we have the output as Audi. Good to go with it, right? Now we can also use the for of loop to traverse this array and get the keys and values. It's a simple task. I hope you guys are getting all this. So for the for of loop, what we have to do is we have to write here for let, and we'll write here key comma value of my car, and then we have the body of this for of loop. We'll write here console.log and we'll print the keys and the values. Fine, so we'll write here key, then space, and then we'll write here value. Save it, and here you can see we have keys and values here. We have 1 BMW, 2 Audi, and 3 Honda. Fine. We can also print keys and values separately as well. What we have to do is we have to make some changes here. We have to write here only key, and instead of my car we have to write here my car.keys. So this is a method, so we have to put brackets over here and we have to remove this from here. Save it, and here you can see we have all the keys 1, 2 and 3. Similarly, we can access all the values as well by writing values in place of keys. So we have another method here as mycar.values. We have to use that for values. Now the last thing before we wrap up this video is we can also clone maps in JavaScript. Now cloning refers to creating a copy of something, right? So let's say we want to clone this particular map. We have an array over here. We'll remove this statement, and then we have used the for loop. So let's remove the for of loop as well. Now we have an array over here. Array contains 3 key value pairs, BMW, Audi and Honda. Now we want to clone this map. So this is our map, my car is our map, and we want to clone this, right? So let's say we have another map over here. We'll name it as where your car, and then we'll write here is equals to new map, and we'll pass my car as an argument here. Fine. Now we have a clone of our map here, and we'll write here console.log. Instead of my car we'll write here your car. Fine. Save it, and you can see we have a new map over here with the exact same key value pairs, right? We have 1 BMW, 2 Audi and 3 Honda. But the fun part is these two maps are not equal. It means that if we write here console.log, and if we compare these two maps, If we write here my car is equals to your car, save it, and you can see the output says false. They are not equal. Now there are several methods present within maps in JavaScript. We can't discuss them all, but we have discussed almost every important method in this video. Set in JavaScript is an object that lets us store unique values inside it. We have seen the difference between maps and objects in JavaScript previously. So we know that maps are another type of object present in JavaScript and different from traditional objects. Now sets are similar to maps in JavaScript. It means that they are also objects, but they perform various activities other than maps. So the syntax is almost the same, and even the properties are also the same to some extent. So let's take a look at sets in JavaScript. As we mentioned earlier, sets let us store unique values. It means that if we create a set and try to keep a single value inside the set more than once, it will not allow us to do so. So let's see an example of it first. What we'll do, we'll go to a JavaScript file and we'll write here where my set is equals to new. So here we'll write set, and this is the syntax of sets in JavaScript. Next up we'll write here console.log and we'll print my set. Fine. Now save it, and here we have created a new set and we don't have any values until now. We'll add values in a moment. So open the console on the browser. You will go to a browser and we'll open console here. So here you can see we have an empty set over here with no entries. If we click on it, you can see we have no entries, we have no properties, and the size is 0. Now let's add some values to this set. What we'll do is we'll write here myset.add and we'll add a value over here. So we'll do it for 3 or 4 values. We'll write here myset.add, we'll write here 2, we'll copy this, paste it here for 2 more times, and we'll write here 3 and 4. Fine. Now we have added these 4 values to our set, a basic task, right? The same add method we used for maps is what we did for sets as well. Now save it, and you can see here on the console that we have the size as 4. Now you can see here we have values 1, 2, 3 and 4, and the size is also 4. And we can add as many values as we want to our set, but we can't add any value to our set again. For example, if we write here, let's say if we are writing here myset.add and then we'll write here 3. Fine. What we are doing is we are trying to add 3 again to this set. Our set has a value 3 already, so this is the value 3. Now it will not allow us to add 3 again. Save it, and you can see we still have 4 values present in our set. The new value we added to our set is not present inside the set. You can see here we have 1, 2, 3 and 4. This 3 is not added to our set. So this is the benefit of using sets in JavaScript. So let's take an example of an array as well. Let's say we have an array of some numbers and several elements in the array are repeating themselves. So let's create a new array here. What we'll do is we'll comment out this piece of code so that there will be no confusion for you guys, and we'll create an array over here. So let's say this is an array with name ARR, and we'll add elements to this array now. We'll write here 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3 and any values, any random values we are adding to this array. So you can see we have so many elements here which are repeating themselves, like 2, 3 and 1 and so many elements, right? Now we have an array here and the elements inside the array are repeating, right? So we have 2, 3, 4 so many times. Now what we want is we want unique elements from this array. Traditionally, we had to follow a particular pattern to achieve this task, wherein we had to iterate through each element in the array using nested for loop, and we have to check if the element present inside the array are repeating or not. Quite a lengthy task, right? Or a hectic task to do. But with sets in JavaScript, we do not have to follow this method anymore. all we have to do is to pass that array as an argument to the set, and we'll get the unique elements of the array. So to do so, we have to write here. So let's say we have a set named mySet2. So this is a different set from the previous one we used. We'll write here new set, and we'll pass this array as an argument. So we'll write here console.log, and we'll write here mySet2. Now save it, and you can see we have all the distinct elements of our array. You can see here we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 45, 5 and 6. The size of the array is, or we can say the size of the set is 7. Fine. We can also print this set again in the form of an array. We just have to write here let my arr. So this is a new array, and we'll write here array dot from, and now what we'll do is we'll pass this mySet2 as an argument to this array. Now we'll write here console.log, and we'll print here my arr. So this is our array. Save it, and here you can see we have an array over here with all the unique elements. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 45, 5 and 6. The length is 7, and here you can see we have the set in the form of an array. Fine. We can also traverse all the elements present inside the set or array just by using the for-off loop in JavaScript. So we have to write here, let's say for, we'll take a variable let item of, we'll use set this time. We'll write here mySet2, and we'll print this item on console. We'll write here console.log, and we'll print item. Fine. All of this is easy, right? You must have got it. We have all the methods present for sets as well, just like we had for maps in JavaScript. Now save it, and here you can see we have all the elements of this particular mySet. So mySet2 consists of all the elements of this array, all the unique elements we can say. So here you can see we have 1, 2, 3, 4 and all the unique elements of mySet. Now if we comment out this, or we can say if we are using an array in this for-off loop, if we write here my arr and save it, here you can see the output still remains the same. We have all the elements of array now. We have all the elements of my arr, and all the elements are unique. Now we can also delete a particular entry from the set by using the delete method. The delete method is same for maps as well. What we have to do is we have to write here mySet2 dot delete, and we have to pass that particular element. So let's say we want to delete 45 from this set. Now save it, and what we'll do next is we'll print this set again, and we'll write here mySet2. Fine. Save it, and here you can see we have the size as 6 now. You can see we have the elements 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 45 is not present here, and here you can see initially we had the elements as 1, 2, 3, 4, 45 as well. So you can do it with the help of delete function in JavaScript. Now same thing we did for maps as well, and if we want to delete all the entries from the set, we can use the clear method. What we'll do here is we'll write here mySet2 dot clear, and we'll run this statement, and we'll print set again. Fine. We'll write here mySet2, save it, and here you can see the size of this set is 0 now. If we comment out this piece of code as well, now save it, and here you can see we have the size of set as 0. This was initially showing the size of our set, which was 7, and if we click on this as well, you can see we have no entries because it will not print any values once the clear method is executed by the system. So this is working totally fine. Now that we have covered almost every property of sets in JavaScript, I think you guys will be able to use sets now as per your requirements. Destructuring is used for assignment tasks in JavaScript. It allows us to unpack those values from an array or properties from an object into different variables. It might sound a little bit tricky, but trust me guys, it is one of the easiest tasks one can do in JavaScript. So let's take an example of how it works and you'll understand everything much better. So let's say we have few students present in our program. Like if we write here, let's say we have student 1, student 2 and student 3. Fine. Now these are the three students. These are basically three different variables: student 1, student 2 and student 3. Next up, we'll assign names to these students, and let's say we have more than 5 or 6 names for these students. So what we'll do is we'll write here bracket student 1 comma student 2 comma student 3 is equals to, let's say we are writing here Ravi is the name of first student. Then we have, let's say, Abdul, and we'll add one more here. We'll write here George, and let's say we have another student named as Varun, and let's say one more is Salman. Fine. So here we have 5 names. We have Ravi, Abdul, George, Varun and Salman, and we have 3 variables only: student 1, 2 and 3, right? Now if we want to access any of these student variables, we will get the name corresponding to that student. So student 1 will get Ravi, and similarly student 2 and 3 will hold Abdul and George respectively. So let's print them on the console. We'll write here console.log. We'll write console.log 3 times because we have 3 different variables. So we'll write here student 1, then we have student 2, and then finally we have student 3. Fine. Now save it and open the console on the browser. So here we are. Here we have our console, and you can see we have the output as Ravi, Abdul and George. Rest of the 2 names are not here. Either we can use 2 separate variables to print those names, like we can add here student 4 and 5 as well. But instead of that, we can also use destructuring assignment syntax to assign all the last 3 names to a single variable. What we are talking about here is the student 3 will get all the 3 names. The 3 names are George, Varun and Salman. We'll save these 3 names inside a single variable. Fine. So destructuring assignment will do this task for us. So let me give you an example and you will understand it much better. So what we'll do here is we'll write here before student 3, we'll put 3 dots over here. Fine. And we are good to go. So rest of the program will remain the same. All we have to do is to add 3 dots here before the variable. And now we'll get the remaining values inside a single variable in the form of an array. You can see here, if we save this program, you can see we have Ravi for student 1, Abdul for student 2, and for student 3 we have an array of 3 different values, right? We have George, Varun and Salman present at index 0, 1 and 2 of the array. Fine. The length of this array is 3, and we can access any particular name from this array. Like if we write here console.log student 3 and we'll pass the index number. Fine. So if we write here index 1, so it will return the value present at index 1 of this particular array. Save it, and here you can see we have Varun over here. So if we comment this piece of code and save it now, you can see here we have Varun as the value present at index 1 of the array. Fine. It's easy to understand, right? We can in fact do the same thing with arrays as well. For example, let's say we have an array of several elements. So what we'll do is we'll create an array over here. We'll comment this piece of code and we'll create a new array now. Fine. Now we'll write here, let's say const color is equals to, we have several elements present inside this array. We'll write here color names. Let's say we have red, and then we have black, green, pink and brown. And finally, let's say we have the last color as yellow. Fine. Now we have an array of colors with 6 different colors here. Now we'll assign these colors to different car manufacturers, right? So what we'll do here is we'll use car manufacturers. Next up, we'll write here, let's say Mercedes, and we have BMW, Honda, and finally let's say we have Hyundai. Fine. Now we'll assign color here. So this is our color variable which has the values present in the form of an array. Now the color array is assigned to corresponding car manufacturers. Mercedes will be red, BMW will be black, and similarly Honda and Hyundai will be green and pink. Fine. Brown and yellow will be left out. So let's print them on the console. We'll copy this console.log from here and we'll paste them here. Fine. Now we'll write here Mercedes, and then we have BMW, Honda, and finally we have Hyundai. Fine. Now save it, and you can see here we have all the values of the array. We can assign the last 3 elements of the array to Hyundai only in the form of an array. So we have to mention the dot notation here and we'll be good to go. So you guys might be wondering why we are assigning the remaining values to the last element only. Why not the one before the last element? So let's try to do it here and you'll get the answer to this question as well. So what we'll do is we'll assign all the values to Honda. Fine. Save it, and you can see an error message over here on the console. It says rest element must be last element. It means that JavaScript will not allow us to assign the values to any other element other than the last element. Now what we'll do is we'll assign the values to the last element again. So we'll remove these dot notation from here and we'll put them here before Hyundai because Hyundai is the last element, right? Now save it, and here you can see we have red for Mercedes, black for BMW, green for Honda, and for Hyundai we have 3 different values. We have pink, we have brown, and we have yellow. Fine. Now we can also use destructuring for swapping variables in JavaScript. The easiest way to swap the value of 2 variables, we can say. So why easiest? We'll see it in a moment. So swapping means swapping the values of 2 different variables, right? So let's say if we have a variable a and the value of a is 10, and we have another variable b and the value of b is 20. Fine. Now swapping refers to the value of a will be changed to 20 and the value of b will be changed to 10. So how to achieve this in JavaScript? We have different methods to do this, but for now we'll be using the destructuring assignment syntax. So what we'll do here is we'll comment this piece of code as well. Now we'll write here let a is equals to 10, and we have another variable let b is equals to 20. Fine. Now what we'll do here is we'll write here a comma b is equals to b comma a. Fine. Now we'll print both the variables on our console. We'll write here console.log a and then console.log b. Fine. Now we are good to go. Save it, and you can see here the value of a is 20 now and the value of b is 10. So initially the value of a was 10 and the value of b was 20, and the values are now swapped, right? It was simple and easy. So we can do the same thing for objects as well. For example, let's create an object over here first. We'll comment this piece of code as well so that there will be no confusion. We'll create an object. We'll write here const, let's say the object name is car, and this is the body of our object. Now we'll write here properties. So let's say the first property is manufacturer, and we have the manufacturer as Mercedes. Then we have color. The color of a car is black. We have to write here colon instead of equals. Then we have model. So let's say the model is 2012, and then finally we have a function. Fine. So we'll write here function. The function name is wheels, and we'll write something inside of this function. So let's say we are writing here console.log, and we'll write here all-wheel drive. Fine. Now here we have an object named car with several properties such as manufacturer, color, model, and a function that tells us that this car is all-wheel drive. Let's destructure this object now. So what we'll do is we'll write here const, then we have curly braces, we'll write here manufacturer, comma, color, comma, model, and then finally we have wheels. Fine. And we'll assign car to them. Fine. Now this will take corresponding values accordingly. Now what we'll do is we'll write here console.log, let's say manufacturer. So it will return Mercedes, save it, and here you can see we have the output as Mercedes. Instead of manufacturer, if we write here color, save it now, and here you can see we have the color as black. But we have to mention these four variables the same as the properties, because if we write here, let's say model 2, and we are printing here model 2, now save it, and here you can see it says undefined for model 2. We have to write here model only. Fine. Save it now, and here you can see that we have the model as 2012. Now we can access any of the properties of this object. We can even call this wheel function from the outside. So just write here wheels. We are calling this function. Save it, and here you can see we have the output as all-wheel drive on the console. So guys, this is how we can use destructuring in JavaScript. I hope you guys got it. The concept is easy and small, yet very useful.
Let's get started with the JavaScript interview questions. So let's get started with the beginner JavaScript questions. We have multiple levels available. Here we start with the beginner level first. So the first question is always like, what do you understand about a JavaScript? So we know it very well that JavaScript is a very popular scripting language. It is basically designed for client-side scripting and server-side scripting development. Why server-side? Because nowadays JavaScript is also used in a backend using Node.js. So that's why it is also called for server-side development. So the question is like, JavaScript is actually also helps the developers to develop some more responsive HTML pages, okay, which can be well understood and executed by the web browser, okay, which having the support capabilities for object-oriented programming skills. Now, the next question is like, what is the difference between JavaScript and Java? See, the reason is because the JavaScript initials are Java, so everybody think like, okay, there is some relationship with the Java. So actually the thing is like, there is no relationship with Java. I would say JavaScript is object-based language, where the Java is object-oriented language. A lot of syntax and some standards are matching with Java. That's why exactly it is saying it is JavaScript. Otherwise, there is nothing like that. But another difference, if I talk about, JavaScript is mainly designed to run with the browsers, where the Java is designed especially for the virtual machine and operating system. Now the other thing is like, JavaScript does not need a compilation because it is directly used interpreter. But when you talk about Java, it requires a compiler as well as the interpreter both. Now, what type of various data types are supported? So all standard data types like in byte, short, int, long, float, double, character, boolean, these all different type of data types are supported in JavaScript also, just like in traditional programming languages. Okay. Now, what are the features of JavaScript? So the first feature which you always remember, it is a lightweight programming language. It is being interpreted by the browsers rather than compiled. It is a cross-platform. That means it can work across multiple browsers. So it is not specific to the browsers. So that we need to understand. Next, it is an open source. Hence, you do not need to pay for any licensing fees. It comes free with all different type of browsers. It is an object-oriented, but I would not say it is a pure object-oriented. I would rather say it is an object-based language. Next, it can gel well with multiple front-end as well as the back-end technologies. because most of the languages which are coming up in a market, they have a support available to get integrated with the JavaScript, and due to that JavaScript is very popular. So it is also used especially for the development like a network based application. So in case if you want to have some kind of network centric application, here the JavaScript really suits very well. Okay, next question, what are the advantages of JavaScript? So the first advantage which we are talking about, like JavaScript basically have a very nice interactive language. It is a event based, okay, functional programming language, I would say. So it is a quick feedback because it loads very fast in your existing web pages. It is giving you the support of developing a very rich user interface. Because of that, your application look consistent across multiple type of browsers. Another is like we have a call variety of JavaScript based frameworks are available. Like you can talk about Angular, you talk about React, you talk about Vue. They're all basically different type of JavaScript based frameworks that helps the developer to enhance their skills with writing less amount of codes. So how you create a script or how you create an object in JavaScript, it is very simple. The curly braces. Curly braces is basically designed to give you the feel of this is a typical object. There are a variety of ways are there to create an object in JavaScript, which we're gonna see in our next PPT. Okay, now here we see about the next set of questions which are there with us, like how to create an array in JavaScript. So creating an array in JavaScript is very easy. Now you can see the square brackets. Okay, they are the way to basically create a array in a JavaScript. So just a square brackets are a very simpler way, so-called literals, to create the array objects in JavaScript. Actually, you should know that array is also an object, which is a predefined object comes with your JavaScript, so-called implicit objects. Now, what are the built-in methods available in JavaScript? So you remember about these methods comes from those built-in objects comes with your JavaScript, as we have mentioned in our last slides, like math, boolean, string, okay, date. They're all basically predefined objects are available. Under those objects, these methods are actually available. Like date, if you can see, it will display the current date and time. Concat, to concat two different type of string. Push, some adding some new records into your array. Pop, to remove. Round, to do the round. Length, to calculate the length of the string. So these are all some well-known methods or frequently used methods available in JavaScript. Now, what different type of scopes available in JavaScript for the variables now? So scopes are basically designed to give you the visibility within your program. Okay, so different type of scopes are available. One is called a global scope. So global scope is having the availability within a file. Anywhere else you can access this particular code or particular variable. That is called global scope, and local scopes are those scopes which are accessible within a function and hence cannot be accessed by any other function or outside of this function. So two standard type of scopes which are available here. Now, what is this keyword in JavaScript? This means to refer the current object. Okay, so whenever you see this keyword, it is designed to refer the current object in JavaScript. So we typically define this keyword to assign the value to my current object properties. Usually this is a place where this keyword is mostly used. Now, what are the conventions of giving the names to the variables? Okay, so some standard naming convention which we should always follow, but few things, as you remember, there are certain reserved keywords are there in JavaScript which you cannot offer while giving the names to your variables or to your functions. Like if I can say var, let, const, and many more which are there available, which you cannot assign to your any existing variable provided or functions under your JavaScript. Now here they are trying to say variable names cannot begin with any numeric value. Like you cannot give var with ABC, so not ABC, I would say rather 1, 2, 3 or something like that. So they must be a combination of, I would say, integer as well as a character. Okay, so they must only begin with letter or underscore characters. It is the same like as we have it in Java also. Now, naming conventions are very important. JavaScript is a case sensitive, hence the small a and capital A have two different meanings for the JavaScript. So that part needs to be well taken care of. Now what is a callback in JavaScript? So you need to understand the callback in JavaScript is a kind of function which you are passing as a parameter to the another function to execute. Okay, so callbacks are mainly designed to tell your application that they need to wait rather than continue to execute. So callbacks will help you to behave asynchronously, and that's what exactly this most valuable feature of JavaScript. So as I discussed already, so it is where the function needs to be passed to get executed. So how do you debug a JavaScript code? So to debug your JavaScript code in any browser, you can just press the F12, no matter which browser you have it, either Chrome or Firefox or anyone. You can just press the F12 key, and there you can get this option called debugger, where you can just go and perform all the necessary debugging related stuff right over there. Or so many other editors like in Sublime Text, Visual Studio Code, Atom, they're all offering you the built-in support to debug your JavaScript code. Now, what is the difference between a function declaration and function expression? So there's a very simple difference. So when you say function ABC here, okay, so you declare as a separate statement within the same JavaScript code. Okay, in another example, what you do, you define a function within a variable name called a, which you can create to construct some another object for this. That's the only difference between these two. So this function can be called before the function is defined, and this will be created when the function is pointing and reaching it. Okay, so it can be used only after that. So that's what we have discussed it now. Going forward, this offers the better code readability and better code organization, and that the other part is basically used to create a conditional or a declaration functions. So what are the ways of adding the JavaScript code in an HTML file? So there are, I would say, two ways are available. One, either you can declare it in a separate file, you can add it, or second, you can write a embedded JavaScript code where you can just write a JavaScript code either in your head tag or body tag. But there'll be one difference, like if you're writing it as an embedded JavaScript, you cannot use it for the different HTML file, where the internal JavaScript file will be limited to that HTML. However, external JavaScript will be more useful when you want to reuse it again and again. So these were some standard basic JavaScript questions for us. So let's go ahead and talk about something which is related to your intermediate questions in JavaScript. Now, so what do you understand about the cookies? See, the cookies are basically a kind of a small text file, okay, which is kept in your browser and contains information about your client activities. Okay, so whenever the client is accessing your websites, these websites can track your activities through this particular cookies. Okay, so they just basically record your general behaviors, like what you're doing with your website, so that accordingly they can give you the better recommendations. Now, how you're going to create a cookie in your JavaScript? So creating a cookie is one of the property available under your document object, so that you can create it using document.cookie and give a key. So your all cookie stands with your key and value pair. So you have a key, you have a value pair. So how are you going to read the cookie? So cookie you can read by the help of the same property called document.cookie, and here you can just use this statement. Like what? Key and value pair. So whatever the keys you have defined, similar key you will be reading it to give the value of whatever option you want to read it. Now, how are you going to delete the cookie? So, cookie can be deleted it very easily by calling this delete cookie function, where you can just tell about the time and duration when you want the cookie to be get deleted. So when you set the expiry time, so cookies are deleted after a specific period of time, that will be treated as a good programming practice. So what is the difference between a let and var keyword? See, there's a new feature which is there added called let keyword, which is known as called block level scope. The block level scope means your variable whichever you're defining under any block level statement will be limited to that particular block. Like if you're defining it any opening block and closing block, so beyond that you cannot see that. Suppose if you're defining it under if block or any block, so these type of variables are no longer accessible outside, where the var keyword will be typically treated as a global variable and hence it can be accessed anywhere. So what is a closure in JavaScript? So closure is basically gonna give you a better way of providing the consistent way of developing a JavaScript code for the developer. So closures are basically created whenever a variable that is defined outside of this current scope can be accessed within the current scope. Okay, that means which is a variable which is defined outside of this scope, even using the scope of this particular closure, it can be accessed inside too. Now, what are the arrow functions in JavaScript? Friends, arrow function in JavaScript is very popular now. They're just gonna give you a kind of alternative way of defining the function keyword. They are just a shortcut way of defining the function in JavaScript. These are the simple handy functions, I would say. So what are the different ways of HTML can be accessed in JavaScript codes? So there are multiple ways are there. So you can access using document.getElement by class name. You can access getElement by ID. You can get access document getElement by tag name, and you can say document.querySelector. So these are the multiple options are where through which you can access the element within your HTML tags. What are the ways of defining a variable? So var keyword, as we discussed, you can define a variable. You can also define the variable using const. So if you define any variable using const, so these variables will get constantly declared and it cannot be changed once you define the value. So any value or any variable which is defined using const, it cannot be changed in later stages. What are imports and export in JavaScript? So to make your JavaScript modular, so there's an option available of importing it and exporting it. So what exactly the difference? Difference is very simple, like you are writing the set of JavaScript code, and if you want to get it accessed outside in another JavaScript file, so how the two JavaScript files can communicate with each other, that is where exactly the important export code comes to make your JavaScript highly reused and more modular. Now, these are the quick example. As you can see now, two different files are there. So if you want to make your particular variable or function accessed outside, you always use export keyword with them, and if you want to access them out, you can just use an import keyword. As you can see, it is defined there. So another file can easily access the content of the previous files to make your code even more modular and useful. So what is the difference between a document and window in JavaScript? See, document is the one which is a part of your document part, which user can actually see that. Okay, so the document object is the object which falls under the category of window. Window is a top level object. So in JavaScript we have an option available name called BOM, that is called browser object model, in which the top level object which is there, that is called window, and under this we have a called document. So whatever you see under your browser, it is a part of your document. So what are some JavaScript frameworks and their uses? See, JavaScript frameworks are mainly useful to make your application more organized with less code and without getting into the detail. Okay, so having this particular framework will give you the opportunity so that developer can use the JavaScript in much more better way to write the complex code in more simplified manner. This is where exactly your frameworks are designed for. So there are some very prominent and useful frameworks like in React, Angular, Vue.js, and lot many other names are there in market, which will be using this JavaScript as a core and take the entire JavaScript development to the next level. So the next question is, what is the difference between a undefined and undeclared in JavaScript? See, it is very simple. Undefined means the variable which is undefined. You're declaring a variable, okay, and which you haven't defined. Okay, that means the variable has been declared, but the value has not yet assigned. That is called undefined. Undeclared means the variable which you're trying to access, that itself is not available. It doesn't even exist. So what is the difference between undefined and null in JavaScript? See, undefined, as I already told you, it means the variable has been declared but it is not assigned with any value. Null is actually the assignment value that we can assign to any variable which contain no values, as an alternative I would say. So what is the difference between session storage and local storage? See, it is very simple. HTML5 has offered these features to you. So the session storage and local storage both offers you the data which can be stored in a browser, but session storage is short-lived. The moment your page is deleted or closed, the session data is immediately get deleted, where the local storage data is remain for the longer period of time, and the data doesn't get deleted after the browser history is over. Okay, so I would say the local storage time span is far bigger compared to the session storage. Okay everyone, so we'll have some advanced JavaScript questions now. We've already seen the beginner level as well as the intermediate level questions. Now it's time to discuss about some advanced level questions too. Like the first questions comes like, how do you empty an array in JavaScript? So it is very simple. If you want to assign, so there are a few ways of that. Number one, by assigning the array length to what? To the 0. So automatically it turns to empty. Second is what? By assigning the completely empty array. Okay, the third will be by popping up all the elements of the array. So multiple options are there, and the last which you talk about called by using the splice function. So these are the 4 important aspects are there which you can treat how to empty your JavaScript array in a very simplified manner. Now, what is the difference between event capturing and event bubbling? See, this is one of the very common question. We talk about event capturing. Event capturing is actually the kind of process where you just try to capture the event of most outermost element and then propagating it to the innermost element. So event capturing is what, like you're talking about picking up the element or picking up the event from the outermost, like you talk about called nested div tags. So you pick up the particular event from the most outermost div tag and you're just passing it to the innermost. That is called capturing. The bubbling is the process, okay, which starts with the innermost and goes to the outermost element. It's just an opposite direction. That is called event bubbling. So the question is one of the very popular, like what is the strict mode in JavaScript? See, the strict mode of JavaScript is introduced to give the more better error handling capacity of the JavaScript. So whenever you talk about call strict mode, so all variables have to be declared explicitly. So you cannot leave it like that, and it cannot be assigned to the read-only properties. So we can enable the strict mode only by adding the use strict mode on the top of the JavaScript file. Now, what about and how we would be able to get the following output of the below JavaScript code? So we have a call var a equal to 10, and we have written one function in the if block, and after that we're just capturing the value of a, and then you are printing the value in a console.log. So what would be the output for that? See, it will be a call 10 undefined. Once again, it will be kind of what? It will be undefined. How come it would be? Look, it is very simple. First thing, okay, in your application, you are basically saying the if condition statement in the code will evaluate the eval function. As you know it very well what exactly the evaluation is. Later on, the eval function, okay, will take the function and return the function ABC, whatever the function it is available, and then inside the if statement it execute the ABC and returns the undefined, because as you know it very well, the if statement code execute at runtime while the statement inside this if condition is being evaluated. So that's where exactly it is. Next, can you write the JavaScript code for adding the new element in a dynamic manner? Yes, exactly, you can write it down. So you have this very common function available named called document.createElement. Like people say like I want to add the new text boxes when I click on the button. So I can write it very well. So either it will be a text box or it will be the new element you want to add it. So document.createElement is one of the very common, I would say, the function, and later on you can use the typical DOM functions, like I can talk about create next node or append child. So using this combination you can easily do so. Next, what is the difference between call and apply? Very common question. So the call method, whatever the method you have it in a call, these method arguments are provided individually, okay, along with this value. But in apply what happens, arguments are provided in the form of array along with this value. That is the only difference between call and apply. So what would be the output of the below JavaScript code? As you can see right now, we have written one object name called student, provided one property called college with ABC. After that you're saying object.create, passing this student as an object itself, and after that you're saying delete student1.college and console.log student.come. So what would be the value for this? So it is very simple. It is a very simple example of object orientation. So the output will be what? ABC, as we are accessing the property of student object. So certainly the value will be what? ABC for sure. Now what would be the output for below JavaScript code? As you can see now we have written a one function foo and it is return 11. So we are saying type of foo. So this will certainly refer to what? To the error. Reason is why? Because the function definition can have only single reference variable as its name. That's why exactly it will be throwing what? An error to you. How do you remove the duplicate value from the JavaScript array? It is very simple. We have a called filter function. So the filter method, I can basically call it, and three arguments it may be expecting it: the name of the array, the current element, and the index of the current element, so that it can remove all the duplicate elements from there. So how do you remove the duplicate elements from JavaScript array? So it is the same way I told you, like first it takes three parameters. So using the filter method and by using the for loop, so the empty array is used for sorting all the repeating elements. So like that you can simply make it more easy. So how can you draw a simple JavaScript DOM? So you can say it is a very simple JavaScript DOM elements which are there, where you can have the document and then the HTML and followed by all child elements like an head tag, body may contain further child elements like an anchor tag. So these are all basically known as called a presentational elements through which this complete HTML hierarchy will contain inside this.
So that wraps today's session on JavaScript. We hope you had a lot to learn and will be on the lookout for any suggestion or doubts in the comment section below. So if you have any queries, you know what to do. Hope to catch you guys back in the next part. Thank you so much for being here today. Stay tuned to SimpliCode and keep coding.